in a given day, not a given moment, when checking how many people are streaming on Twitch total, how many you think it is? Like right now, you think it's 50,000. 50,000 people individually streaming. On, just on Twitch. Right, exactly. It's 700. So it's like not like it's that big that you can't get discovered. Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. If you go, wait. I can't. 750. But just chatting is like maybe it's 1,000 total. There aren't that many other people. Just chatting is everybody. But I don't want you to think it's 50,000 people that you have to be founded. Basically, what I'm saying to you, this is my advice. You have a great face, you have a great personality, you're already on that camp, and just fucking do the shit that you do in your life, then you'll be one of those people who will be recognized as one of the top 1,000 very, very quickly. And then you get over that point of recognition with people, and they follow you, and they you know what I mean? All I'm saying is, for you, it's really important, I think, to get over the point of recognition. That's beautiful. Absolutely. That's what I love to hear, man. And the cool thing is, all the stuff that you're doing on, all the cool stuff that you're doing on Xbox and everything, or PlayStation, I should say, you can still do. Just doing the same thing. Like, basically, I know it sucks because you want it to be, like, perfect, but it's like, no, all you have to do is just make yourself a rememberable person. And I know I go back to this, but like let's think when you had that bot going, but I'm not saying use the bot now. I mean, you can, it's not hard. But there was a point in your life where I saw you peak. I mean, I don't know, not in where I had seen you, where had everything going. You were live streaming, you were talking to people in chat, and it was like 1 or 2 days, and then things weren't able to be as tight as you wanted. But I want you to get back to that. Well, I've never seen you as happy as you would be because you're like, oh, I'm figuring out challenges, and you had the vertical camera going, which is that nobody's really seen. At least I'm I got you. I got you. One thing you can do that does boost the morale if you're allowed to. I don't know. Uh, you think they're pretty simple. One, whatever the router is, they're always contacted. Okay. Well, county doesn't matter. You know why? If you will be able to fix it. Don't get so hung up on the perfection of the street. You know what I mean? Don't get so caught up on the perfection of the street. It's the fact that you're there. People know who you are. You can be like, look, guys, throw me a couple subs and I'll be able to get better internet. You know, whatever you want to do when it comes back. But at least your internet is viable enough that I don't have to worry like, hey, let's play a game. No, I don't want to play a game because I know he's going to cut out the whole bunch. I do that like it's such a big thing. And you're at a point where you've got the internet, you've got the personality, you've got the equipment, and all the shit that you normally do in your life. I mean, I understand you gotta go to work and shit like that, and you want to be that, but then at least, and then you have something to really look forward to when you come home. But you might get a couple girls in there, you get people you get with. Most of all, though, you just have to get people to remember your face. And the way that you do that, you have a really great avatar for it, and I said before, I think I would, if I had to change your avatar at all, I think the picture I think is like great. I would just put a circle around it like mine that says caffeine season. Like that way, every time somebody looks at your thing, they're gonna look. They know you have.
Maybe I'll do the one that like it's the super live.
It's like a fake. I get you. You can do that. I see that. I've seen one other person do that on. I've seen that done a lot.
Um, the YouTube one, seen it.
Yeah, with the red around it. Part of that community, it's growing very, very quickly. On it now. Every day, 6 months. I can tell you it's about double, particularly with other languages, especially Spanish. Spanish is like 50% of the stuff now, which is great. I mean, I don't speak Spanish, but it's more like people. I speak a lot of Spanish, but not enough to be able to enjoy watching these. But these streams, but nevertheless, it's positive to have more people there. Here's another thing. The people who used to be, I was noticing this last night, the people who are always at the top, like, well, normally, I always use her as my Amaranth because during the day, she's always at the top. But then when a lot of people stream, she's like number 10, 15. And that tells you that they've got a lot going on. When that girl is number 10 or 15, and she's trying to get viewers, she's playing video games and shit, and she can't come there. That's fucking. I feel like that's a very good sign for the platform. It shows like, hey, we've got a lot of content and some new people. I think I know about you about it now, right? Haley Wells got a streaming deal with. Yeah, you anyway, he did her first stream on Saturday. I watched it, and I spammed the shit out of her clip. I'm like, so I wasn't the first clip she ever had, but I was in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, that's what I so called that shit. You know, anything. And how she's overwhelmed. And but that's just a sign that you should see it. Like, oh, Twitch and YouTube are kind of going on the wayside because they're not signing these people. Where it can't just keep going.
Well, yeah, I like. Yeah, because they obviously like about Jack Doherty. He brought it up, so they should let him back on. He's very competitive, but they should have. Maybe. I mean,
Right. I'm an advocate, and yeah, no, here's what I like to do. His passion got hurt. Very much could kill a lot of people. Do I think he should be banned forever?
Yeah.
No. I'd say I don't think anybody should be banned forever. It should just be that 1 year they have to reevaluate, and if they want to keep it moving. Yeah. It's almost like a parole hearing. But I
but you would have 3 minutes to something the same way.
you know, and if he wants to do that, then he'll get banned again. If he wants to do that, then he'll get banned again, and you get banned for the whole year or whatever. But, just because you were, I don't know how old you are, and you did some stupid shit when you're 35, you like that. Like we don't punish people that badly in the criminal justice system, yet in the cyber world. Like basically, you can get easily a lifetime punishment, lifetime ban from a litany of different platforms. That's fine, but you can't do that in serious shit. Like, I'm not saying Jack Doherty. That's a whole. They should have arrested Jack Doherty for a DUI, right? Not even pulling some fucking. He's big. I don't know. They should have drug tested him.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the fuck they're doing, but I think they saw what everybody. Guys got a phone. And right now, if there's somebody who's like, big deal. Whatever. It wasn't even fucking sight. Distracted. And I'm surprised that like back in the day, people would have called in and been like, "Hey, to the fucking police, like, hey, you need to do something about this." But nowadays, there used to be like people who would, I don't know, they were like, I hate to say it, but they were like very traditional conservative people who used to stand up when people would do stupid shit on a platform and do stupid shit. They send in letters and shit. All that is killed. But it used to be, and kids, if you wonder, why the fuck did society degrade so quickly, et cetera, et cetera? They really, especially media staff, paid attention to the public. Once they got purchased by these multinational conglomerates, they no longer had to worry about letter writing campaigns. Back when it was a fucking mom and pop shop based out of New York City or Los Angeles, or you had these things, these television stations, your franchise, um, they had to pay attention a little bit more. But now, it doesn't matter. If you don't like it, go watch something else. And guess what? They own that too. Has music biz Marty ever lost his account? Yeah, that's what he does so much. In my opinion, he does a lot of he says some controversial stuff. And does some controversial stuff.
Already started that right because it's last video.
I did it.
Somehow, speakerphone, sometimes that was
Right. Is he still with that girl? Wow, that guy gets laid. Who's Anaconda? Who's Anaconda's thing?
So I think Kendrick, honestly, I find that fascinating. I going to do something else. I think this was sad, but she's also handicapped, so yeah, not your fitness. That's what I'm just.
Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? What's good? Hope you're living the dream. How's life in your neck of the woods? Happy you're there. Welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Do you know who I am there? Rabbi on the show. On my story. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's me. Amazing. Well, I want you to know that I stream my life 24/7, 365 days. Minimum warning. I've been live streaming on YouTube 24/7 for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has ever looked at the internet in global history. It's extremely exciting what we talk about. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, mind uploading, data harvesting. We talk about life extension. Right? We talk about dark matter. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about nuclear energy. We talk about fission energy. You name it, we talk about it. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about really and what you didn't know. Well, we're listening. We're listening to. Wow. Yeah. I think that's California. Maybe that Los Angeles. We streamed. I didn't. We're watching a 35-part series on the history of China and the West China. And we're watching that. And we're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Discord, Telegram. So, enjoy yourself. I'm always live, so feel free to chill, or if you have something to do, go do it. But come back when you have time. Do it that many. And so, well, here's the thing: when you're bored, come back to this Discord, and we'll say hi, okay? And we'll become friends. Excellent, Darren. I look forward to being your friend. Right now. I'm going to follow there. I'm going to go viral. And when we do, we're going to make sure all of the folks in the can take care. We're going to take care of your friends and family. We're going to make them wealthier than they ever imagined so that they can start charities to help other people. I don't know. Don't be shy, man. But no. Okay, go to speak to the next one. I'm going to come back here whenever you have time. Okay, we'll say hi. Okay. Peace, Aaron. Take care, buddy. Pleasure to meet you. Shut Aaron. Go back to research. The United States takes on even greater expression of legal changes to versions of practice by a physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, the population begin. The second most significant group in America is merchants. If you make
living by buying and selling things. That's how you are registered in the population registry. You, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examination. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. The sure gentlemen are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at most the maximum. Farmers and peasants are the next group because they produce the food which everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food, they don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So their distribution system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves in the production of others. So we get to exclude from taking the examination. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we've mentioned earlier, actors, people who look like dead bodies, limited workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exams, but in practice, to have the kind of education, to have the kind of knowledge to get in the door, the examination compound, requires devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot. Peasant families, artisan families who need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, and generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. They can't afford to take a son and say, go sit and study, that's fine. The rest of us work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exams. Okay, so legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85-90% of the Chinese people could, male Chinese population could be part of the exam, but in practice, the practical bar of getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in this. Now, the examination culture, one of the exams test what goes on in the examination culture. This has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under time. Exam test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical texts, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory, to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write and elegant literary style. All of these things come into play. All part of the qualification that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this is what John Chapin called the examination culture. The centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song for the next 1,000 years. It's hard to overstate it. It becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis. And it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that we come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking emergence of the examination system in the early Soviet dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes a central institution, a central sort of cultural framework for the ideas and even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participated in. This begins in the strong, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. This remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the 20th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history since the Warring States period, since the age of Confucius and Lao and Huangzi and Moritz and all the various individuals we talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the mature, educated gentlemen, the literati, as we now translate the term sure, went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in society, and culture, what their role was, what they could do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization, or came to the recognition, that by participating in educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the Jinshi, which literally means presented gentleman or the presented scholar, as the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations, were trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system. Ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make, taxes are usually paid at this time of the grain. They were also subject to corvée labor, the kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you pass the exams, if you qualify to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. Physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examinations, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possess certain examination qualifications, you would be exempted from physical punishment. People who pass the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in the public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find mobility in public life.
Welcome. How are you? Elon Musk. I've been waiting on your ass, dog. How you living, man? Yo, dog. Wow. We had Dan and Elon Musk in the same room. What's going on, Elon?
Oh, I don't know. What's your name, bro?
That's okay, man. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. How you living, Tim? How are you?
Yeah.
How are you?
Right.
Excellent, dog. I
Yeah.
I stream my life 24/7. Do you speak any other languages other than English? You only
Indonesia.
perfect. Do you speak Indonesian?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Just one moment. Shout out to Indonesia. Bum, 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 bum. Indonesia is, I believe, the largest subgroup or largest country of Islam in the world. It's amazing. It's an amazing country. What different islands? Okay, Indonesia. Bahasa. Do you speak Bahasa Indonesian? What up, dog? I'm Rabbi. I stream my life 24/7.
Apa kabar, anjing? Aku seorang Rabbi. Aku menyiarkan kehidupanku 24/7.
I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming now for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet and global history.
Saya melakukan streaming langsung 24/7 untuk perdamaian dunia. Saya tidak menginginkan perang lagi. Saya sudah melakukan streaming selama lebih dari 3 tahun. Ini lebih banyak data daripada yang dimiliki siapapun di internet dan secara global.
We talk about some interesting things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, fusion power, fusion power, futuristic topics. Very interesting things.
Kami membicarakan beberapa hal menarik di streaming yang biasanya tidak dibahas di masyarakat, seperti anti-gravitasi, teknologi perpanjangan hidup antimateri alien, teknologi pengunggahan pikiran ke fusi, kekuatan pembangkit listrik, topik futuristik, hal-hal yang sangat menarik.
I see.
Kami membicarakan
Yeah. It's like jackpot out. TikTok. Indonesian have jackpot out.
Who's that?
Yeah. Like the topic like this. But the name jackpot out.
Tech Totem.
Yeah, jackpot out.
Oh, Tech Totem. Oh, okay, very cool. Oh, yeah,
You can see it on TikTok.
I'll look at it right now.
You can see that.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Okay, so TikTok.
H-E-K. Tag. Up. T-H-O-M. Tech photo. This is TikTok.
TEKHO. And then
Yeah.
EKHO.
Maybe I gave you that.
Okay.
Deck or check for the like this, but
Excellent. Well, what else do we talk about? We talk about a new kind of technology known as de-extinction technology, where we bring back animals that were once extinct. The company Lasso Biosciences has it in their plans to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028.
Kami membahas tentang jenis teknologi baru yang dikenal sebagai gamification, teknologi yang memungkinkan kita menghidupkan kembali hewan yang pernah punah. Perusahaan biosains raksasa ini berencana untuk menghidupkan kembali mamut berbulu pada tahun 2028.
About this technology.
Yes.
You want mammoth hybrid?
Yes, exactly. After they do the woolly mammoth, they want to do the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. And one day, using AI and genetic engineering, might be dinosaurs, maybe someday.
Setelah mereka membuat mamut berbulu, mereka ingin membuat harimau Tasmania dan kemudian burung dodo. Dan suatu hari nanti dengan menggunakan AI dan rekayasa genetika, kita bahkan mungkin dapat memiliki dinosaurus suatu hari nanti.
Thanks. I think that. What?
In the future, people will not necessarily say why, but why now. Basically, we will be able to accomplish anything one scientifically. Eventually, people will want to try dinosaurs, like the movie Jurassic Park.
Di masa depan, orang tidak akan selalu mengatakan alasannya, tapi mengapa tidak? Pada dasarnya, kita akan mampu mencapai apapun yang kita inginkan secara ilmiah, dan pada akhirnya orang akan ingin mencoba dinosaurus seperti film Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we have Jurassic Park. And Jurassic Park.
I look at right now. Komodo dragons, a very amazing animal.
Mega.
Yes. Indonesia, Komodo.
Yeah, we have Komodo Mega. Yeah.
I know. The biggest lizard, the biggest lizard on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. Bro.
Absolutely. You know it, John.
Yeah.
Excellent. I want you to know that it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and that I'm always here. And I hope to be your new friend, Elon, and also my friend Darren. Darren's a really nice person as well.
Saya ingin Anda tahu bahwa sangat menyenangkan bertemu dengan Anda dan bahwa saya selalu di sini dan saya berharap dapat menjadi teman baru Anda dan juga teman saya Darren. Darren juga orang yang sangat baik.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
You should know that I'm always here to help you. I want to hear about the good things in your life, and I want you to know that I'm here to care about you and your family. I think I'm going to be able to make you rich someday. I have more data than any person in the world, and that may make me a very rich person, and I will help both of you and all your family in the future.
Anda harus tahu bahwa saya selalu ada untuk membantu Anda. Saya ingin mendengar tentang hal-hal baik dalam hidup Anda. Dan saya ingin Anda tahu bahwa saya ada di sini untuk peduli terhadap Anda dan keluarga Anda. Saya pikir saya akan dapat membuat Anda kaya suatu hari nanti. Saya memiliki lebih banyak data daripada siapapun di dunia dan itu mungkin membuat saya menjadi orang yang sangat kaya dan saya akan membantu Anda berdua dan seluruh keluarga Anda di masa
Also, we're going to help Indonesia. We're going to make sure that more than just Jakarta gets help. We're going to help everyone there. We're going to help even the people on the really little island. We want to make sure that they have food, and healthcare, and education. I care a lot about people in Indonesia, and I want to help the whole country.
Kami juga akan membantu Indonesia. Kami akan memastikan bahwa tidak hanya Qatar yang mendapat bantuan. Kami akan membantu semua orang di sana. Kami akan membantu bahkan orang-orang di pulau yang sangat kecil. Kami ingin memastikan bahwa mereka memiliki makanan, perawatan kesehatan, dan pendidikan. Saya sangat peduli dengan orang-orang di Indonesia dan saya ingin membantu semua orang.
So, if you wonder, like, what do you do once we're done with this? So, I mean, I have other people come in here, but we're watching a 35-part series. It's like 50 total hours on China. I love history. I love information. So we're always doing everything that we can to get smarter. And one of the things that we do in order to get smarter is to watch as many documentaries as we can. One of the things that we certainly find beneficial is to do that through podcasts and documentaries and books and things like that. So, if you're ever wondering where can I or who can I go to find more information about the world, I'm always here to help you. You're welcome, my friend. All right, with that, we're going to continue. Do you have any questions on it?
And other people like himself, not a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not a stark contrast that in some ways is making it sound, because of course it's the truth. It's the literati who are the
Word. Word. Okay.
representatives of the imperial state, the agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as lady members, and so forth of society. And these interests often are kept separate, or often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Guangxi and Samagua, we can see ways in which they come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Susher, Wang, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of WAC, of the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed, these guys' ideas will become more powerful, more influential as time goes by. There's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we talked about cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang and all this. The way the desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, to larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Zone, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on concepts very different from wind. This is an idea that we call being. Now, what's interesting about wind and being, they constitute a sort of dichotomy here, is that they both they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. When we've talked about it as referring to things literally, it refers to one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing works on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular and very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core base meanings for the word is humanly produced pattern. B, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. So its original being with the patterns, the stripe patterns that you see in certain kinds of rocks. So we have a distinction between human order and natural order. And this is fundamental to what goes on with cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Shao Yu, who is a mathematical thinker, Yang Zai, who is concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Chung Yi and Chung Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw they saw the values that regulate the activity.
But what's it like to be such a fan? We're glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hello, how'd you find out about me, Black Monkey? Oh, amazing. You have amazing friends. You, amazing. Dude, Darren, you're hooking everybody up. Okay, Black Monkey, do you know Indonesian?
Yes.
Excellent. Here we go.
Black Monkey is not even like he is he
Oh, cool. Do you know Dutch?
Yes.
Excellent. Just for a moment. Welcome, welcome. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm glad that you're here.
Welkom, welkom. Mijn naam is Robert Rothschild.
California.
Reis. Ik hou van 24 uur per dag, 7 dagen per week, 365 dagen per jaar voor wereldvrede. Ik wil geen oorlog meer. Ik ben blij dat je hier bent.
My life for world peace. We talk about some things on the stream that I normally talk about in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, disclosure, light extension technology, mind-flooding technology, vision power, fusion power, really advanced stuff.
Ik zie mijn leven voor wereldvrede. We praten over dingen op een toon waar normaal gesproken in de maatschappij over gesproken wordt, zoals anti-zwaartekracht, antimaterie, buitenaardse onthulling, levensverlengende technologie, geestuploading technologie, kernsplijting, kernfusie, echt geavanceerde dingen.
I'm live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey, Billy,
So what is your name on
many other different streams.
Ik
Rabbi
ben live op
Rothschild.
YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey. Billy. Zoveel andere verschillende streams.
Okay, at the very top of this Discord, you'll see it says Shalom. And below that, you'll see 24/7 live YouTube streams. You click that, there's a link there, and you'll see all my streams at once. I've got like 8 going at once. So it has a red circle, and below announcements and above general. So if you look below announcements and above general, you'll see a link 24/7 live YouTube streams.
yes.
Click that, you click the link, and you'll see all my streams.
Yes.
There you go, you see them?
This is
Excellent.
it's about
Yep. Yes, I do. And I have lots of them. So I'm going all day, every day, 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I stream also in other people's Discords. So I'm live at Aiden Ross's Discord right now, Music is Marty's Discord right now, my friend Jin's Discord. I'm going to be in iShow Speed in a little bit. Actually, I'm going to get that together right now. I'm going to get the I show speaks Discord right now, and just keep spreading the word about world peace. And one day, perhaps, with a lot of work, we might be able to make a world where that is a reality. All right, Discord, here we go. I'm coming to it. So, what else do we do? We watch all kinds of things. I'm currently watching right now a 35-part series on the history of China, and it's like 50 hours long. It's from a professor from New Mexico State University, and it's excellent. I watched it now like 4 or 5 times in a row. But we're also going to watch Kill Tony, if you know what Kill Tony is. Kill Tony is the #1 live podcast in the world, and it takes place live every Monday. And we didn't watch it this Monday. We were too focused on Monday Night Football. We watched all the NFL, we watched all the soccer. I watched the World Cup. I watched the Women's World Cup. I mean, I'm a huge sports fan. We'll even watch cricket. We watch rugby. We watch basketball, women's basketball. We'll watch the drafts. We're super into college football. We are super into pro football. We have a fantasy team with a cryptocurrency. That's kind of hilarious. So what does that mean? It means like we have a fantasy football team. If you know what fantasy football is, and right now my team is something, but we've got like I just feel it's just like the fucking best team, but we're just not doing that well. Anyway, what else do we have going on? Some other things. We have robots. We have a bunch of robots going. So if you're like, yeah, but how do you have so much confidence that you're going to be viral? I'm already very well known on one platform. It's known as Kick. It's the biggest platform, biggest up and coming streaming platform in it. Ask anybody on Kick, you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Every motherfucker knows who I am. Second, why aren't you famous? Well, the reason why I'm famous is because I spam them. So it's not for the best reason, but I have gained a lot of friends from that. And why do I spam? Because I want world peace. I want people to know about this. We can talk about world peace. And we have a place to talk about world peace. People used to talk about world peace. And it's not being talked about anymore at all. And I want to talk about it again. And that is not a bad thing about which to talk about anything. All the bullshit that there is in this world, why can't we talk about that? Why can't we sit down at a table eye to eye and make adult decisions instead of immature decisions like shooting and bombing each other? I'm going to stop all that. Stop it. I don't want anyone else to die. And I made it my life's mission to end all war. And so, how do I do that? I am essentially emulating a project and art performance of John Lennon and Yoko Ono. You know John Lennon and Yoko Ono. So you said that you're Dutch, or you know that Dutch is here from another. So in Amsterdam, and in Canada, in the 1970s, John Lennon and his wife Yoko Ono sat in bed just like this in what was called a bed in. And it was for world peace. They literally sat in bed for 2 weeks or a week at different times for world peace. Called the bed in. It's not really well known, but it's by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. So they just stayed in bed basically for like a week. And here you can see a picture of it. It says, "Air peace, bed peace." They just wanted peace. And I just want peace too. So they just sat in bed with cameras and microphones all around them for 1 week. Now, I'm not John Lennon and I'm not Yoko Ono, but I am someone who's passionate about peace. I was in a time in my life during the pandemic where I felt that it might not be something that would be a bad time for the world to be able to come together. And the way that we would be able to do it is the same way. Just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono had cameras around them in Amsterdam. I have cameras around me in Los Angeles. And I think that it's important that people talk about these, just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono. And if you don't know who John Lennon and Yoko Ono are, John Lennon was a Beatle, Yoko Ono was his wife, and artist. Peace is very important. So, what role do I have in the world peace movement? I feel like I can be a leader. These platforms, all these cameras give me a platform to be able to talk about world peace. So, like right now, nobody's interrupting me. You guys have been really great on it. But like, if I were being interviewed by NBC, CBS, Fox, or the BBC, or ABC, or anywhere else, they're going to cut me off and they're going to say, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this? We're never going to get anywhere. This gives me all the time I want to talk about world peace. And if you don't want to hear it, that's fine. You don't have to hear it. I know that I'm building a data archive that is very helpful in the future. And everyone will want to be seen on this data archive in a positive light. Why? Nobody wants to be seen as a dick on camera, where everybody in the world for future generations are like, oh, that person sucks. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to be seen in a positive way. I have the power of the camera. I can go wherever I want, and basically everyone knows about me, and I'll be able to actually have a huge influence on the world as my audience grows. And so that's a very exciting thing, because I want good things for the world. I want to be able to utilize some of the technology about us. Not being the artist. I think a universal translator like this, a simple device, you can get this for like $100. Even less. If we gave these to everyone who needed them, especially in the developing world, but even in the developing world, everywhere, if we just had a simple communicator like this, we would be able to bridge so many gaps. So we've got Adam here. We're so happy to have us here. Adam, how are you, my man? What's good? Adam, how are you? Adam, how are you? How's your life? Oh, how are you, Adam? What's good? Excellent. Well, we're glad that you're here. We were just talking about world peace, how we want world peace, and we're talking about the history of China. We're watching the lecture. You're wonderful. You're absolutely wonderful. Do you want to be here and be nice, or do you want to be pastor? Excellent. I want peace, Adam. I want peace. So I want everybody to, from all sides in every war. I want. Okay, just one moment. I'm a perfect example. I speak no, stop. Don't worry, I can speak Italian. Just one moment.
Non preoccuparti, so parlare italiano. Solo un momento.
I stream at like 24/7. I want all sides of every war, no matter where it is in the world, to sit at a table and be able to see eye to eye and talk to each other. Perhaps using a universal translator like this, so that they can see each other. They can look into each other's eyes and see that everyone is human and end the war.
Aisa, Malik 24 settivi per la pace nel mondo. Voglio che tutte le parti di ogni guerra, non importa dove si trovino nel mondo, si siedano al tavolo e siano in grado di vedersi faccia a faccia e parlarsi, usando un traduttore universale come questo in modo che possano vedersi. Che possano guardarsi negli occhi e vedere che tutti sono umani e porre fine alla guerra.
I don't think that we should tolerate war anymore, and I want to give a voice to the people who want peace in this world. I'm live on 33 different platforms, including YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I'm live on Rumble and many others, so that I'm uncancelable. So that when I go viral, viral. My data is out there and it is archived for the book. I have more data on YouTube than anybody. This is a very important.
Non penso che dovremmo tollerare più la guerra e voglio dare voce alle persone che vogliono la pace in questo mondo. Sono in diretta su 33 diverse piattaforme, tra cui YouTube, Twitter. Sono in diretta su Rumble e molte altre, quindi sono cancellabile. Così quando divento virale i miei dati sono là fuori e archiviati per il mondo. Ho più dati su YouTube di chiunque altro. Questo è molto importante.
Adam, I want you to know that you're always welcome here whenever you want. I'm always live, whether I'm asleep or awake. I'm creating data, and we're doing everything that we can to get people aware about the World Peace Movement. I have many robots which I use to spam kick, and that's how people find out about me. Tell them about World Peace, and they become a fan.
Guarda, voglio che tu sappia che sei sempre. Benvenuto qui quando vuoi. Sono sempre mentito, che io dorma o sia sveglio. Sto creando dati e stiamo facendo tutto il possibile per far conoscere alla gente il mondo. Movimento per la pace. Ho molti robot che uso per fare spam ticket così che la gente viene a sapere di me. Noi parliamo loro della pace nel mondo e loro diventano fan.
Parlando.
Apologies, I don't know, but I can tell you that I spam on kick for World Peace. I don't want for anything, and I use my bots to get out the word. I know it's do it forever, and it gives me an opportunity to facilitate my World Peace project. I appreciate being able to share it with
Scusate, non sono italiano, ma posso dirvi che faccio spam su Tik per un pezzo. Non voglio più la guerra e uso la mia casetta per far circolare la parola e so che sta dedicando ma non lo farò per sempre e mi dà l'opportunità di mostrare il mio progetto di pace nel mondo e apprezzo la possibilità di condividerlo con voi.
You're so sweet, Adam. Adam, I love you. I want you to know you're welcome here anytime you have a new friend. Whenever you're bored, Adam, come here and we'll talk and we will become really good friends. And also, I want you to know, I think one day I may be a very rich person. The reason why is I have more data than anyone ever. And if that comes true, I'm going to make you and your family very rich. Ooh, I know it. I want you to know that I have more data online than any person ever. And if I'm able to make you very rich someday, but I want you to know that you have a new friend in me, and I hope I have a new friend in you, and you're always welcome here whenever you want.
Voglio che tu sappia che ho più dati online di chiunque altro. E se ci riesco, voglio renderti molto ricco un giorno. E voglio che tu sappia che hai un nuovo amico in me. E spero di avere un nuovo amico in te e che sei sempre il benvenuto qui quando vuoi.
You're a beautiful person. You have a beautiful soul, and I look forward to being your friend for the rest of our lives. You should know one other thing. I don't think that you're going to die. There's a technology known as microfloating technology where you can actually be able to live a digital immortality. And if that's true, I want you to know that I'm glad that I could tell you about it.
Sei una persona meravigliosa, hai una bella anima e non vedo l'ora di essere tua amica per il resto delle nostre vite. Dovresti sapere un'altra cosa. Non credo che morirai. Esiste una tecnologia nota come tecnologia di caricamento della mente, dove forse potresti vivere in un'immortalità digitale. E se è vero, voglio che tu sappia che sono felice di aver potuto raccontartelo.
Grazie, fratello, grazie.
You're a beautiful person and you have a beautiful soul. You're welcome here whenever you want. I don't need to take a bit more time of your day. Feel free to come in whenever you want. I'm going to send you a follow request or a friend request, and we'll be friends hopefully for the rest of our lives. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
Sei una bella persona e hai una bella anima. sei la benvenuta qui quando vuoi. Non ho intenzione di rubarti altro tempo. Sentiti libera di venire quando vuoi. Ti invierò una richiesta di follow. La tua richiesta di amicizia e saremo amici.
Grazie.
Spero per il resto delle
Bye-bye.
nostre vite.
Bye-bye.
Grazie
Ciao.
mille per essere venuta.
Ciao. There you go. See that? That motherfucker was coming in hot. He was coming in hot about Israel. And I was able to become that motherfucker's friend. United Nations. That is why I should be UN Secretary General. I love that my cookie is late and I can see it. That's right. Oh man, I would be fucking pissed if he was here. I love that shit. Caspian Sea.
Where people could go and retreat from the world. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of it, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along. These are the travelers that well and travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny presence out in there, merging out of the forest like a sea of maybe and you know they can pass across the space in front of you wherever it is that they're going. Perhaps they're coming from the monastery. Perhaps the monastery is not their destination or their point of origin, but simply a presence in the background. We don't know. This does not illustrate a story. We don't know who the travelers are, where they've come from, where they're going. In a sense, it doesn't matter. Although the painting is full of travelers among the mountains. In many ways,
What do we have here,
really
folks?
a story at all. The mountains, the sea,
Game winner. Game winner, son.
is the story.
Game winner. And the crowd goes
This
fucking
painting
wild.
Fuck can be
Yeah.
taken as really archetypical of Northern Stone's monumental landscape painting. It contains
That shit
a
is sick.
repertoire of elements which become absolutely characteristic of this type of painting. You can walk into museums in many parts of the world and go to the Chinese painting section. When you get into Sun painting, Sun landscape painting, these elements are present.
Oh, dude, you're in there. Hey, how are you, man?
Yeah, I just got the
Oh, yeah, it's Baron. How do you look, man? Yeah, dude, do you know why? Well, like, I think you have to put in a lot of time to be able to show the stream. But I'm just going to stream in here and see what happens.
I mean, like, it's like most active server is called
Right.
if you want to get it's just
Got it. Say no more. I'm here. Just because you, baby. Shout out to Darren.
other
I agree. This one has a lot of cool stuff going on. I don't know. So how do you get a level? Do you have to talk a lot here or something?
you still get it. So you have you might like those things.
Okay. Do you know how do you get higher level? Do you talk or do you show your camera or what? Or you can't. How do you get a higher level? Okay. How long do I have to do it? A lot?
I mean, it's definitely like one day that I don't know, like, like usually like 7
Okay, so just texting, just typing them. Yeah, I'll be nice to him. I'll get the level that I need. We'll be live streaming in here too, and we'll be right in the shade. Right.
I just I think it might give you a better chance.
I think you're right, man. I got some other questions here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna go into general and just be nice to people, and hopefully they'll come out.
Yeah, but like, if you want to rank particular levels, you should go to the God comment channel. Say like exclamation and go.
You're amazing. Exclamation. And then level.
Idea how to stick out of the detail level. It's
You're amazing. You're amazing. I'm looking right now. Type rank 10 by 10. You're amazing. I got you. So beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. And I'll do this all fucking day, and I'll be nice, and hopefully we'll get moved up, and then I'll be able to shut the camera in here, and then we're gonna go there.
you only like you only need to level up level. But you also open your camera and
Excellent. Okay, and so I just want to go to general and start chatting in general, or chat. Just go to chat. I'll just go to chat and say hi, everyone. So, all right, you got me started, man. Here we go.
like how about these like this seven episodes that you know many of these like really good
Exactly.
I think it you
Excellent. Thank you. You're amazing. Shout out to Darren for amazing advice. There's Darren. Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh, it's Black Monday. Shout out to Black Monday. We're just showing watching this China. Up. I'll turn it down. How are you? Great, dog. We were just talking in my street. You're from Indonesia. What? You're different. Hold on a second. Let me talk to you. Close. One more. I'll get you. Just one. I'll get you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Shout out to Indonesia. I hope everybody in Indonesia is doing well.
Selamat datang, selamat datang. Apa kabar? Salam hangat untuk Indonesia. Saya harap semua orang di Indonesia baik-baik saja.
I show speed is very extreme. You're amazing.
Saya menunjukkan kecepatan adalah streamer yang sangat terkenal. Anda luar biasa.
Indonesia is amazing. Indonesia is a very populous country with many amazing people. I
Indonesia adalah negara yang sangat padat penduduknya, dipenuhi dengan banyak orang hebat dan banyak pulau.
It's okay. I can speak Indonesian to you. I hope you're doing well. How is your day going?
Tidak apa-apa, saya bisa berbicara bahasa Indonesia dengan Anda. Saya harap Anda baik-baik saja. Bagaimana kabar Anda hari ini?
Where are you from?
Everybody in California, which is near Los Angeles.
Where are you from?
California, yang dekat Los Angeles.
Bro, I don't understand. Let's go.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you're here. All right, so I'm going to focus on this chat. The faster I get this chat done, faster that I can stream. So I'm going to focus on that right now. Excellent. Thank you.
Indonesia. Biasa orang Indo banyak FOMO. Oh,
Like,
he got so quiet. I'm like, I'm like, but who's Tammy? Oh, this guy. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Wait, who's that? You're not fucking I'm gonna call it. Your name is Black. I'm gonna block you because you're weak. You're such a dumb person. You're not fucking weak. I'm gonna kiss you with your lips. Fucking bite my suit. You're asking me that. Arguing with her. Say, let's fuck with you.
Ugliest mother.
Thank you, Rob.
Like 4 people saying water at the same time, bro. Racist motherfuckers, bro. So who wins a winning argument? Marlon's hard on, but not. Mega Raptor, what the skill of wants is how good you say you are. Bro, I'm a top 1% zero bill player. Okay. All the time. I'll be honest, I like to play the game. I'm just watching for entertainment. I stopped playing because I gotta what's it called? Oh my god, if they don't. Oh, no, he said. Oh no. So, bro. I'm always wondering why is it called cartoon? That's a yo, what you do, bro, is going to a normal match, and I'll give you $20 cash out. I
team?
Really small areas. Hey, is he just oh shit? Oh, you know, oh, oh, 1,000? What? So no negative moment. You can't deal with any shit. Why are you doing this? Because earlier when I was up alone, I was just watching a movie, and when my family just went on, they kind of just, timed it just very into a moment, and I was like enjoying myself, and not just it got me in a bad bit. Because these are good parents, is that because your parents? Just my family, they're kind of a marriage killer, like if I'm spending time, if I'm like spending time by myself, and doing something that I'm enjoying. Sometimes my family just ruins it, Right. Spanish. Some ways Spanish word alphabet is something. It's not a guy that it's Rabbi, it's talking about it's a Rabbi is like take Spanish in school by the way. What do you take? English is Spanish. Spanish. The podcast is a way back. It's not. I was just looking at whatever you say. It's company Vero. The El Primo custom revised game. I say it very, very, very slowly. El Primo custom revised game. Okay, so we have that. It's 11. Yes. Custom revised game. No, it's Outcast at Rabbi. On me, pick Sunday. He's using of like 5 minutes. Pick someone here. Just even like 5 minutes. You know what? He's taking on camera. We're out of here. 4 years old. Okay, well, he's not even 2 years old, so he can play on him. Just keep on up. See, I'm excited to get this one in the phone.
See what this kid's been saying?
Person. Hours a week, I think. 3,000 messages a month.
I'm gonna ping you.
I'll start doing that.
Your cat is your father. Oh, bro, I like it. I have to.
He just said, I mean, shit. You're a racist.
What?
Unmute Pixel Noob. Unmute Pixel Noob. I don't play the music anymore. Unmute him.
How patient are you? I'm just gonna
Unmute him.
Jesus.
Rico, unmute Pixel Noob. Rico, why aren't you unmuting Pixel Noob? He's not gonna play the music anymore.
Dude, I sleep in 5 minutes. You're so patient, man.
So the man promised that he is not gonna play the music anymore. So just unmute him.
I don't give a fuck about promises.
I don't want you to find it. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to people that are younger. Well, I was talking to you.
Yep.
Someone else is your name.
Very interesting.
Yo, he's calling my dick.
What?
Guys, Okay. Wait, let's go. Oh my god. I felt fear. I just want what do I I was going to this here. Yeah. You know, some ever after road community. Like a raptor. They were just talking to each other. I don't know what happened. I have you for like 3 seconds. Something like that. So there's that. I guess. This is nice. Oh, you know why the cat is there? Oh, what is that, bro? No, you go to you even know me. You listen on, and then you go to me. Okay, I know that it's was like really someone like around your eyes. I don't know, but what's on like English or Spanish saying and like no, yeah, you can see like that. I wish I could share with you. This guy is just plain. I'm telling you what I went to do. You just see hard or something or what? Oh, no, dude. No, okay. He was just playing soundboard. The other guy also not a bot. I joined the server today. Probably like an hour ago. So yeah. It was on the, I think his name is Thomas. I don't know. But right, I don't know why Rothschild is kind of dead right now. Yeah, it is. I can't see anyone, bro. I'm trying to talk to LB about this Minecraft feast. What's going on? He's got one. Bro, Chet is dead. Like, bro, he's dead. I'm playing Roblox right now. I'm gonna like because I mean, it's like a class. Yeah, I haven't been able to go to school for 3 days, so I decided to just make a mom just one Roblox because I know how to build it. So yeah, he's got the dog for the awards. So, okay, let me know if you play with kindness. Oh shit. I mean, yeah, I drove this. It's like it's funny. clown. Those names are my defense. I think that was that world. Oh, that is not true. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. What's this? Happy birthday, Joe. I said, I chatted like that. Nobody's here to talk. Oh, no, we got people. Okay, bro. I'm going out. Chat is dead. Oh, okay. Well, he just died about you. Actually talks about the game. He's just listening to his silly, goofy ass music. This huge change of names for song just exclamation. Yeah, that's dedication. He's not taking those for his. With the eyes on you people here. Bro, he's getting cyberbullied. Like, he's looking right and stuff. Like, okay. I should probably get the measurements for this. So let's let's the class. Let's go to the color. Okay, what colors did I use? Was kind of like yellow orange. I like your outfits. Blacks are genocide. Muslims are genocide. It's like crazy. But that's and they won't lie and spread propaganda. How they read British genocide, but then again, that's what's going on right now. Yeah, if you look into the statistics of the actual war, I don't give a fuck. See the statistics. Almost all the lost members that were killed were most casualties that were actually getting them. All of those casualties that were actually getting out. Yeah, it is right now. Yeah, but the actual casualties that were given out was the actual probable cause of the casualties. And then they're lying about it, saying that civilians are being killed. Like maybe like 3 to 5. One people, and they'd say it was genocide, but it's actually not. People got affected. That's all it is.
I don't know, use it for more militant terrorists. I guess that's what you could say because it is actually the first word. And they're literally trying to remove the terrorists as well. So, oh my God, it's so important. And the Washington media say that people are being genocided. Half of the time that people are genocided, it's not even that it's genocide, it's that the militant strategies to come to stay with the land of Gaza forced against the idea. Never the idea for another man to be made against them in the fence. That's all it was. It was unfavorable and it was inaccurate and it was only
Yeah, the series was not over there, but to be honest, I don't know what we started talking about. Can we get the one thing that was too picture the other day? So like we don't know what I'm talking about. It is together for years. So you don't know what I'm talking about. These review for execution. You know, like yes, so I don't know what I'm talking about, right? No, I have no idea. So I'm talking about the war between Palestine and Israel. I'm saying that most of the genocide that they're claiming isn't actually the fact that they're making genocide. It's that these extra missiles sometimes kill civilians, and they that's all it is. But most of the genocide that actually occurs is genocide. Then you know, you American, Donald Trump. Reason for that is because like free will break up. And the reason for that is because the wars, it would be Kamala, Biden, it will only be Donald Trump. And my reason is because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So yeah, unfortunately, Palestine and Lebanon will be gone completely wiped off of the face of this earth. Because they're all trying to serve nuclear training. Yeah, that's basically GG's. Everything on top of it, which is also very GG's, is the fact that all these militaries are getting infiltrated like they're like extra missile attacks, and it's not going to be permissible. And when it comes down to permissible, you'll realize that the polls that Donald Trump has right now with Kamala is going to go ahead and it's going to backfire against Kamala, and Donald Trump is going to get better polls because they want somebody inside the military having to actually be a defense person to actually compensate the military. That's how it works. It's like geopolitical politics. It's like we're like personal politics, meaning like whatever president is more permissible or like more intelligent, more intelligent president, then that means therefore the world is just going to become the last line of World War III. The United States is the highest GDP. The United States has the highest GDP, and it means that the highest government, which is the highest government, the more for you more. And if you listen to the law of women and other people, because no matter what anybody else has, the United States will always become spirituality. Yes, yes. Also, I want to say that there's no way this is what's that? I have no idea. Like a tiki show. Well, why does this guy named LB have light mode on Discord? How does your eyes feel right now? No, I got actually, you know what? I'm gonna put light mode up. Light mode. We speaking, which is good.
Yes.
I feel it's hard off. Yeah, I don't, Wisconsin, if you're real, scream to your microphone. Yeah, obviously. I just, okay, of course we can. Yeah. Raptors, you can finally get there. Oh my God, let's go. That's so nice. Help us. Really fun. I graduated. I'm like really fucking smart. So if you do need help, let me know. Any subject I know how to do. AP 3D work. You're in AP classes. Oh my God. So was I. I just think how big is sculpture. I mean, is this like 3D art in like Blender or something like that? No. So I'm just making a wall for it. Okay, so it's basically those are modules. So the best thing that you can do for forecasting is understanding the actual elements inside. What I mean by that is just basically just measure. Measure the scale. Just measure the scale of your model and what you do it. And putting the image over top of your model, you have to do it in Blender, right? No, it's just to do it in Blender. Well, I know, but I suggest doing it in a Blender because you can put up a reference image for it, and the color looping is very easy to make a model like that. And the texture and typical. I'll survive. Okay, I'm gonna go back. See what color. I believe in you. I think that for that class specifically, as I didn't actually physically take it, I think that you would have more course. But all I'm saying is that if that's what you're looking for. But if it comes to mathematics, I know that we'd be struggling on that, so if you have with that one. I'll take it 80 cents. That class is that easy. So, yeah. Okay, they really get in there, right? Please don't say that again. How old are you? 18. Or still 18 for 14 hours and 11 minutes. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. Yeah, no, you're like a baby. I should not be saying that. Regardless, right? I'm just really, I wish you the best. Okay? That's what I say when I mean that. What's your plan on after school, like college? You know what I mean? What are you planning for that? I'm thinking most likely to be college, and then like I could just like make a bunch of art and stuff. I'm lucky when I started YouTube channel. I know it sounds very dumb. It's like it's difficult, but if I try to start a YouTube channel, I would recommend you to start using AI shorts to start it on so you can get a fan base, and then after that, just switch the entire thing to art. Whereas all the videos when you have subscribers, once you get to around 50, 75K, what you want to do is you want to then merge your entire channel and make it all art related. Because people, every single time you post a video, people get the notification pull if they have notification on. So if you set notification on, where it's being actually specified, the highest probability rate of actually getting attention. So after that, you merge your channel with everything art, get attention automatically. See what I mean? Yeah. I can put you on it. Watch that. Because all you're doing is just really exposing yourself and your talent. And I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to the art world, keep that stuff extra second. I want And the reason is people can take your art, like one art piece that gets dismembered that you had and somebody else has it, they can probably sell it for thousands of dollars. Oh, yeah. Artists in high demand right now, real estate, and everything that deals with actual house, like insurance and actual confinement, they're all looking for art. That's all it is. Artwork. So you can make paintings for multi-million-dollar corporations if you're at that level. I'm not saying that you are, because I don't know. That can make you a lot of paper. Go ass. You guys are intelligent, so he's gonna bro, you're a brownie. Shut the fuck up. You're not intelligent. Stop talking. Speaking if you don't grab my know. That's really even bro. Just because of these fucking all you gotta do is just 15 subs, Yahoo, and all the way out there. You know what? That's like girl, just like oh, GG/Lissy. What left? That wasn't so bad. It doesn't. If you get the book, you know. I start. So that is what you call loud. That is loud. There you go. You ever seen like loud like yeah, it's corny. So stupid. I just watch audio to make 50 times louder. They should say that I heard it smack in the butter. But hey, I wish you the best, but yep. For you mentioned the butter. But how are you gonna start your art? What's your plan for that? Oh no, like like that, you know, first or like that, you know, not a story time animated, but like something in that field. Okay, I understand. You just win a start time and like utilize the project. Yeah, to like as many months with you. I just happen to take nature. I'm not just so yeah. Okay, well, you can still do like it's like because all this stuff and what are all deals with animation like actual film on it. It takes a long time to actually learn it. It takes around a year of experience, but once you get to that year, you can literally fucking like everything you want. It does not. I don't know. Everyone just reminded. Oh, yeah. I'm just hungry. Where everyone just sits in the news. Well, there's that, and then there's like, I can hear their keyboard. I don't care. I don't care. I've had people like come after me, and then there's an echo. Echo's from yeah. She kind of goes from I Bro, why do you sound like that you have zero furniture, zero walls, and zero windows? I was like, what? Oh, it's you! Hi.
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
Me and everyone for like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. We should work out.
She likes the olden days stuff like that because we grew up in that era. And,
You're gonna really like this. My friends get the dress I just bought.
wait. Yeah, this is when my mom gets help. But, okay, I just got a picture. Can I get a picture? I will show them that. Yes, she's still like, yeah.
That's how much I bought it for. $25.
Wow.
It's like that.
Real well.
I'm working on it now. Yeah. Add some ruffles to it.
I'm saying it's still in the same era, eh? Time hasn't shifted.
Here, just look.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go smoke. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Let's go. God. Wait, what color do I make this?
Cool.
7.5. Brown. Okay. I need to say it. I got enough things to say last one. Also, a lot of progress. Cristiano Ronaldo. He also helped. How do you go about the dress? Like my hand, just like whatever. Yeah.
Well, Material One is not as difficult as you think it would be, but it does take a lot of practice. I've not gotten into it very much. I kind of just work with fixing things up.
It's about well, okay. Man, within the next like 20 minutes. Well, bro.
Do you like my Hi. You like my entrance, you know? What are you doing? Texting your boyfriend? I'm going. Why is that Jesse? I am Jesse, girl. Like, no, nah. What do you like? Like, if you like, get right to get Wait, all that Jesse, man. Like, I was just hell yeah. Hell yeah. I got left. Banned for being gay one time, and I was so
That's crazy. It's just this world feels very.
banned me from the server. I can't do that.
It was this server?
Yeah, this server.
Oh, right. Oh, this server. Last time I joined this server, I was so this was years ago. I told them that it's like was 1-1, and I was banned. But I feel like they didn't unban with something.
Sometimes you just say abuse.
For everything else.
Oh. Yeah, it's fixed. Okay. I'm not going any other videos. I'm talking to friends. I was so young when I was born. I did my web. Welcome to Alice.
Oh shit.
I'm alone. I'm not accepting it. Sorry. I got so many people sending me friend requests, and it's I just too many. Oh, shit.
This looks like as an actual house. Let's just see.
I realized I already did that. That was it. Of course, that's it. Okay, so you guys know I have minimal symptoms. Very minimal.
Okay.
So you don't need to be like good at someone doing shit.
Okay.
Well, what? I did more. I don't want to get up. Your mom. Sorry. Does he? Why did you show me? Sorry, we're taking that out of context. Like, you randomly hear something, what you know, really? Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm coming straight. Did I get spammed? Huh?
Well, someone. Something.
No, someone cat and they added to me and they said, I ate a banana, okay? And I was hungry. Be careful, and I like poured wax and no. Yeah, but can you do it again? Don't tell though. What did you do? I ate a banana. Oh. And they wanted me to pay for that shit instead. And I went, no. Only my girlfriend and boyfriend could see it. Hello, mother. So it. Alright.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean by trouble.
Did you get sleep bugs?
It's kind of
Yes. Yes, I do. I have a girlfriend and I have a boyfriend. They're both boys. They're both boys. So they both have bad boys. So it's a girl who hasn't had surgery yet. It's a boy who still hasn't had surgery still. Well, she just has. They all come on home. They want to.
Wow. Okay, that's confusing. I don't know what we do. Kids, what do we do? Each their own.
conversations all the time.
What'd you say?
I said, this is one of the conversations of all time. What is this guy doing here? Let's just say that's 4 hit. The same simple, like another. Fuck.
I was about to read that out loud and rap. Floyd! Oh my god! I miss you. God. I lived there with them. Oh my. Lives matter. All of us Black Lives Matter when George Floyd died. No, honestly. But it wasn't meant to be that, but now, let's protest it. Yeah. I don't care for protest. I don't care. Some people take care of it. They have to. But they always doing it. Like, they was doing that before the school, and all of a sudden you want to call this protest. It's not a chat. Like, it doesn't knows that he died as a black person for no reason. It's not on the news. Exactly. It was God. Somebody got fucking racist, right?
Not personally.
He refused to admit he's racist. He was so young. But during the George Floyd protests, right? stressed out, and he bought like 7 different guns. Around time. Right? And I was like, bro. I don't live with
Is this? It's 5. Gosh, no, it's like, okay.
Well, how are you?
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hello.
7, 5.
No.
No.
Hello.
So what is doesn't exist? I'm already like that. Conversation wasn't put out.
That's so real. Oh shit. Fuck.
Okay. Let's get anything else for this. Like, when Ari goes to so look. So,
Ow.
okay. Okay, now you take the kids. See, okay. Right, this shit. This is a war. This I just did that. Okay. I played 5 by 6. Okay. Yeah. Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Like,
Shut the fuck up. Stop. No, yes. What? Yo, Luffy. Enemy for me. Y'all see my street? Y'all watch my street? Y'all watch my street?
No, you can't.
You big face. You. Yo, please. Why are you going to my face? Fuck up. Big face. Nice, bro. Before I should feel bro. Bro, on YouTube right now, bro. I ain't funny, bro. That's ice cream, bro. Yes, I. This guy actually. Oh my know what the VC modes are. We're messy. We're not messy. Which one? Which one? We're messy. Okay, I love every skin color here. Where the mods at, bro? What time today? I'm from Sweden, bro. Yo, speed.
shows me.
I'm from Portugal. I'm from Portugal. I'm from Portugal.
Where does that go? Where does that go?
Say how we show. This guy. Mam se sa istim znači
Guys, what hour is it in USA? What hour is it? What hour is it?
it's not Poland, so I don't know.
Ale zobacz, ma jak on robi tego bita, bo to
One to 10. But I thought you were serious. I was glad you were serious, bro.
Why so serious?
I'm gonna touch you.
Can you rate my song? Can you go? Well,
I'm from Iceland.
no, not you. He's real.
There's finally a troll mark.
As well. Oh my god. Guys, look at this thing. It's so big. So big. Oh my god, it's so crazy. Look at this thing. I should it's which means and Joey. What the hell? When you say pork, say pork. No, can you say pork? And then yeah, guys, so let's go to the jungle. Oh my god. And you're right.
No, I have one.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's good. That's actually fun. It's very good. Can you say pork? Say pork. Like pork, just pork. Can you rate my okay. Can you join them? Yeah. Yeah, those English. Fortunately. Bro, honestly, you sound so
Actually, from Palestine.
I'll be your host, right? I hope
I don't say free Palestine because there's not really free. People are getting party.
you're gonna get mine, bro.
If we're saying free Palestine, we might as well be saying free Lebanon, free Israel, free all this stuff is happening right now, bro. I'm saying free Palestine because literally everything
How is free?
because we're going to be going into war free because you guys will be talking right
Bro,
okay. Effect. Yeah, the reason is because right there of the Hamas bombed Israel, and now other Middle East countries are retaliating to start to bomb really cause one where if you say information, by the way.
I got that question. How can I
what is your question?
I
I hope
Nothing like
When I was starting World War
Siema chłopaki. They don't. Kurwa. Chuj, kurwa.
Kibitos.
Look, I'm just wrestling down. I don't know what that means. I can understand that. Dawaj się z powrotem, bo to się kupują i tak raz. Słuchaj. Nie. What do you guys do? Bro, 5 seconds to answer that question. You read the file. What? Mine. Nobody fucking cares about you. He's actually. Let me explain this to the people who are foreign that don't really understand. You can say free Palestine started the war. And now asking alliance Lebanon and Iran started bombing Israel. All of this means the global freedom is Japanese terrorists. Oh, they started the war. It's okay because words. Saying it.
Wait on what?
What you say because Africans, how's that going? The first bomb, the missile, the first terrorist nationality. Israel. What was that? Okay, so we just don't know anything.
Even before that.
But you understand, if you just say, like, no, Rothschild started the war. 23 over 5,000 missiles hit Israel. And just I'm I already know already.
Not the first time, that was because they still started.
This conflict. Prominency of the war and starting again. Every war started from everyone is what's the reason on the system?
And then good something trends within the Mongol state contribute to even at the imperial court. Members of the Iraq, they are and yet after they come to have greater engaged in the this is not simply a phenomenon at the capital. It is significant that it takes place so high all across by of the at the beginning of the 20th century. Rockies are finding ways to shake off the systems of control and restraint which the Mongols had put in place to keep them in their place, keep them in a subordinate position. This is perhaps most clearly shown that side to reinstate the imperial examination system. Now, the examination system was the central mechanism of recruitment for people to serve the government, but even more importantly, it's one of the central for the elite process studying, preparing to take the exams, sitting for the exams, the entry levels for the local level, and then hopefully for those who are successful, rising higher through the examination. The Mongols had conquered, particularly the southern suspended the whole last examination under the state were held right around 1270. And since then, they actually the Mongols died in 1313 in state event a moment the people that banned and it really called that Palestinian movement. What happens there is that two spheres of development. On one hand, among the nobility, challenges of the faith, he began to try to build up his power and establish his dominance in leadership. Culture. That if someone began to stand out, if someone began to rise up to special, others would have united in order to bring him down. And this had a tendency at the time in the normal sort of function of the Mongol political system to prevent strong leaders from emerging. Several generations have managed to be very dynamic leaders, but now, when Kublai is gone, when the generations of less significant, less dynamic emperors have come to the throne, now the aspect of Mongol reasserts. And when one Mongol leader or noble, not necessarily an emperor, or someone within the rest of the Mongol is to come together and underline this position, underline as a significant political force. Fall into factional conflict with one another. They don't have the kind of power base that would be necessary if they really wanted to function as the ruling class, because they still are under Mongol domination. So they wind up breaking up into different little cliques, loyal to one or another Mongol leader, or loyal to one or another outstanding member of the Rothschild. But they too are divided in faction-wise. And these two sets of sort of conflicting interests, the Mongol nobles and the faction-wise, render unable to respond to a series of both natural and cultural challenges that arise in the 14th century. And those challenges and the inability of the Mongol state to deal with them resulted in the collapse of the Yuan dynasty. A new dynasty rises up, and we'll was fraught with internal division problems that moved into the decade of the century. That was when a series of circumstances arose that really led to a collapse and replacement of the Chinese and restored Chinese relief. As we talked about last time, Mongol government paralyzed by conflict and amongst different factions of the Iranian Christians who have returned to greater influence and support, but hasn't been able to translate that into effective government because they were so internally factionalized and those very human political circumstances meant that the government of the West was not very effective, not very efficient, and as we see was incapable of really responding to a fairly serious and challenging set of circumstances. What these were stemmed from basically a great plague that struck central China, particularly the valley of the Yangtze in the early 40s, late 1940s. It appeared, as best we can tell, that this was a plague outbreak related to the Great Death that sweeps Europe at the same time. They may have had a common point of origin, perhaps India, and made their way both west and east along various trade routes. One way or another, the mortality that plague brings to central China was intense in some instances. Communities, perhaps as much as 50% of the population that, of course, is bad in and of itself, but it led to a variety of other things. Because when the population in certain areas, particularly along the Great River, dropped off, there were insufficient revenues, insufficient labor resources to maintain things like the river dikes, and that led to breakdowns in control of the river flooding, which in turn generated further disease, further devastation, and a sort of downward spiral of circumstances that led to the deaths of many millions of people. Because of the political conflicts at the court, and because of circumstances that were decided, neither the Mongol state nor the local elite offered an effective response to these conditions. They didn't go out and organize relief efforts, they didn't medical assistance, they didn't put the army in place and use them to restore or maintain river control system, but instead there was very little effective effort on the part of higher authorities to deal with these circumstances. And year after the situation in central China continues to deteriorate. The local elites, who in many instances we would expect to be the ones who would step into the gap and take up many of these quasi-governmental or governmental functions, did not do so. They were afraid, apparently quite terrified of the disease and of insecurity, and they tended to turn in and hoard what resources they had and to protect themselves. This meant that there was really no one on the ground in a sort of official or even semi-official capacity that was addressing the concerns at hand. As a result of this, popular movements rose up. Groups of peasants, sometimes with relatively effective local leadership, began organizing to seize the resources that they needed, basically become bandits and rebels, and particularly the only sort of institutional force in this period that played much of a positive role at all monasteries is in their capacity as institutions that could provide shelter and food, some instances medical care. That individual who wrote the protagonist of the story of the transition from the Mongols to the Ming Dynasty. And that's the gentleman that we know as Julian Zhang, who the family name his Julian Zhang was himself an orphan. His parents had died in the disasters of the mid-century. He himself had suffered smallpox, although his face was marked. And as a young man, he had lived basically as a itinerant. Not exactly a monk, but going from monastery to monastery, relying on the services available there. Monasteries had rules to protect themselves, simply by need. But she would go from one place to another. Eventually became comfortable with these mystical movements that were going along the course of the concept, as people simply had to find ways to organize themselves to survive. And of course, this intended thing has through the relationship with the official regime. Now, Julian Zhang becomes involved with one of these groups known as the Red Turtle. And military skills and his sort of legal quickly to a position of significant influence within the leadership of the movement. Indeed, by the early 1360s, he's able to take over the movement, and when he does so, he begins to simply reposition himself, moving away a little bit from the more military aspects of the idea of sort of apocalyptic evil, transform the world by bringing the passion of spiritual beings in and casting down light, raising up the Lord, and all that. A very standard sort of motif in Chinese popular mysticism. But Julian Zhang, when he becomes conceives the ambition, and we don't know how early on he had this ambition, but certainly by the early 1360s he begins to act on it, of not simply presiding over a mystic presence, but of trying to found a dynasty, overthrow the reign of the Mongols, and to create a new order, a new state, with himself at the head. In 1368, he formally proclaims this new dynasty, to which he gives the name bright, the combination of sun and moon, so it's all brightness you could want. And this is to manifest his leadership brilliance as he presides over the establishment of his new order. He launches a military attack. He takes his armies, which have now consolidated his dominance in the Yangtze River Valley, and march north towards the Mongol capital. But there is no great apocalyptic confrontation. The Mongols, perhaps weary of the political infighting, the disasters which have plagued their rule in recent decades, basically abandon the city and retreat across the mountains to the grassland. And Julian Zhang is able to seize Danu and take control of the He decides to return and establishes his capital at the site of the modern-day city of Nanjing on the Yangtze River, in the area that he had first controlled when he rose to government. He leaves one of his sons, Zhu Di, command of the former Mongol capital to maintain it as a defensive post against the possible of the Mongols. Well, from his new capital, of course, he has to pursue the further consolidation of his authority. About this, but his principal task now is to set about creating the of a new dynasty and a conservative state. Is the model that he adopts. It's basically the only successful model. And talks about putting in place the proper bureaucracy and bringing into that bureaucracy the right people to run it. And of course, relying on bureaucracy again. Reinstate 2 years after the founding. He's in some ways comparable here to what we see with the Mongols when they established their power. He doesn't trust the Literati. He thinks that they didn't behave very well during the crises of the late 1340s and 1350s as members of the local elite. He also, being not very well educated himself, is mistrustful of their sophistication, their obscure language, their difficult writing system. And so there's a troubled relationship. He recognizes the necessity of relying on trying to rule China without the Literati, but he wants to keep them as firmly as possible. So he spends them for a decade, likely successful examination candidates. He reinstates them. Indeed, they run from 1380 pretty much without interruption until 1905. So that's the last significant challenge to nation. But he still mistrusts the literary gentleman, the product of the examination system. Indeed, in the same year that he brings the examination back, he becomes suspicious of his two citizens, and he comes to believe that who is and he is far from satisfied with that and goes on to execute everyone who worked with all the members of his family, members of families of people who worked for him. Thousands of people lined up to be killed in this great purge. This proves to be the beginning of with time during the 18 years of rule has these episodes where he becomes convinced that someone is plotting against him and launches these very, very to eradicate. It doesn't take long for members of the official bureaucracy to start to worry that they may be the potential victim. Once they start talking about
I built a bot for ISO Sport. We'll be going live there soon. Maybe tonight.
When he was 50,
I just have to generate enough karma or whatever from their fucking chat. I just created a bot that posts a bunch of fucking emojis every 2 minutes, so it's not too often. So we hear weird shit. This fucking tablet I have that has ISO speech Discord, meaning like their kids, they're like 13 and up in this thing, and I'm not gonna talk in it, but I'm gonna have the opportunity to show my camera in there, and then when I do, people are gonna get really who the fuck is this? They're gonna be like, talk to us. I'm not gonna talk to them, or I'm gonna do my best not to. I only want to talk to people who are 18, so I'll be like, hey, if you're 18, you can find me because you can promote. So I don't go to promote. I just turn on the camera.
no, I feel like Mike, like he met. What? Yeah,
himself.
only
All right. That's okay. Deeply engaged with administration. But as we'll see, that becomes problematic later in times when we have emperors who are not so dynamic. So people until 1390. Emperor Emperor from 1368 to 98. When he died, quite the collective sigh of relief from his Confucian position. He was succeeded by one of his grandsons, and this grandson was the eldest son of John's eldest son. And in the normal line of succession, the emperor's eldest son would become the emperor. When died, his eldest son had already predeceased him. And so he had to make a decision about the succession, but he chose the eldest son. This, however, was by some of the brothers and in particular, it was represented by the but by this time, by the end of the he was the oldest surviving he also began quite quickly to view his nephew as a trade to inherit Yuan was extremely problematic relationship with the Confucian officials. He's on a very, very strict leash, sort of terrorizing him from time to time with these purges, and generally to basically an antagonist relationship with him. He needed them, but he never was comfortable. In the palace, had grown up surrounded by officials, had been educated in Confucius classes, was a from the military campaign, and basically did a very different thing. His view, his sort of cultural orientation, he named the church for the period of time that he was on the throne. The founding emperor had selected to make a pool whose vast culture was emphasized his position in the war. Nourish the liberal. So he was signaling this into the he was close working relationship with the officials. Far from distrusting them, he really relied on them. He was always thought of himself as one of them. He identified with the same sorts of values and ideals that he well, today, saw his nephew as seeking a more violent relationship with his officials, but as a way to undermine the political culture which had been put in place by the founding emperor. And so he used to maneuver to take the throne for himself. In particular, with 1402, he carried out a series of political and military which were designed to put the pressure on his nephew. In 1402, he led his military forces to the south, attacked the capital, and seized the throne. When he did so, he proclaimed himself the emperor. He becomes the third emperor of the dynasty, although I think the story on for over 150 years, his nephew's reign was fairly erased. He presented himself as the second emperor, who had simply taken directly from his father. Eventually, the emperor was back the official history, but that takes place quite later. Julie faced some problems with the throne because the legitimate emperor, he was a usurper, and he first had to deal with the fact that many of the Confucian officials would not recognize his usurpation. his power. In particular, a man named Rothschild defied him in open public when the emperor ordered Fang to write an edict. So he, indeed, was the emperor and he was brutally executed along with other officials who refused to although he had been critical as nephew, and although he tended to restore the proper line of succession, and to respect and honor Junior Johnson, in practice, using was much more friendly, much better than Confucian. He does not return after the execution associated with power. He does not return to the pattern of periodic of attacking the officials. And instead, he has cultivated a more positive relationship with his officials once they had accepted the legitimacy of his position. In particular, he becomes involved in the power of local within central government. And this is what's called the Grand Secretariat. The Grand Secretariat technically was simply a document process. Edicts that were going to be issued, proclamations that were going to be made, reports coming in from officials in provinces or from the government ministries in the capital, memorials, requests for funds, things like that. All this paper passed through the Grand Secretariat. What he does is imbue the Grand Secretariat with a consultative function. He gives it. Gives the officials who are the leaders of the Grand Secretariat ticket and this begins to make the Grand Secretariat into a really important policy formulating body. The other great legacy that we is the capital of the Ming Dynasty from 1429, and the capital of China today is this great city that the North China Plain. He takes over this site at the time of to this particular location and has already been and when the emperor decides the imperial capital from Nanjing to Beijing, and indeed the name of today stems from his actions in the 14th. Beijing means southern capital, and Beijing means northern capital. So he moves from the southern to the northern. Although he keeps Nanjing as a secondary central subsidiary political center as well. He moved 100,000 families of carpenters and artisans of various kinds up to the north. They built a great capital. The palaces that are at the heart of the imperial city that still stand in central Beijing today. But from this time, he moves the sort of center a little bit south, the old Mongol thing, further north than the present day. But basically builds up makes this except for a brief period first half of the 20 today. Reigns, by the way, I should mention his title too, is often the he's known as the Young Lord. Young Lord is eternal everlasting. Under his reign, China embarks on a very unusual undertaking. And I want to just take a few minutes to talk about this because it's a subject so often of great interest. I was recently coming to some popular attention. And these families great
What up, what up?
assembled is built in the beginning of about 1405 and running down to the voyages continue for another decade. A series of several of these great exploratory voyages are sent out by to South Asia, to the Indian Ocean, to South Africa, to they are commanded by the name of Jungha. And Jungha is a unit, probably a Muslim, comes from a part of the southeastern coast where many Muslim trade families have lived for generations, if not centuries. And he is close to these great expeditions. Hundreds of ships were involved. The largest several times the size of the vessels that Columbus sailed about 7 years later. And the main voyage all over what the Chinese, in many ways, was the known world. There are Southeast Asia, the Indian Ocean, monuments that were erected by the Chinese when travelers and port calls are still in place in many areas. Chinese trade for centuries. What's unique about them was that they were fishing. They were wanted by the traders. Chinese trade goods are found all over this region as well, including on the east coast of Africa. These voyages, there's been a lot of debate within Chinese historians about why they were launched, and then of course about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because he his nephew occupied their city in 1302, and the Imperial Palace was the body of never located, and there were rumors of Southeast Asia and returned to claim the throne. And so some people speculate that it was massive desire to demonstrate power, to show the glory of China, and perhaps to demonstrate the legitimacy of China by destroying the planet, by destroying representative in many countries, many of the places that regularly trade. I think on why they were the voyage discontinued after 1435. As we'll see in the next lecture, but this time there's this constant reorientation within the imperial state with sort of political and a return to more traditional strategic concerns, which were largely directed not towards the sea, towards the maritime but to the near-eastern frontiers where Chinese have perceived strategic threats for thousands of years. By that time, new emperors, younger emperors were on the throne. The Grand Secretariat was more powerful than it had been under Judy, and China was moving into a new era of control, expansion, and development. We'll pick up the story of the growth of economy, elaboration of social and cultural life. There's never stabilized by the middle of the 15th. Indeed, they may embark on a long period of peace, prosperity, domestic economic expansion, which makes it one of the golden ages of Chinese history, period that even today is backed on by many Chinese. After the reign of the Emperor Di, the dynamism of monarchy seems to fade. The great strength founding emperor and give way to a succession of emperors. Several of whom are fairly nondescript. There are some good emperors later on, but the immediate wake of Jesus passing 1424, there are several emperors who helped to contribute to his leadership. He was immediately succeeded by his son, who reigned for 1425. And that's emperor who over 1435. But it proved to be a very good ruler. He was succeeded by he is just 8 years old when he comes to the throne. He is the Grand Secretary, which has central office of the government. And indeed, during this period, there are 3 remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretary, which came to be themselves figures of their time. There were other Grand Secretaries during the period, in the Grand Secretary, but they stayed there because they all shared the same surname, all and young. The Chinese collected 3 youngs, the Sanyang. Yang Zhongxi was, in addition to being a secretary and political figures of the day, was one of the literary authorities of his time as well. He dominates the writings at this time. The other were Grand Secretaries who had come into office under Judy, and then continued along with him to guide the affairs of for a decade and a half after Judy's death. Through the rest of the 20s, 30s, and the early 40s, these 3 men, the other leaders in the Secretary, were the most powerful figures and powerful officials in the United States. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power pillars come from prominence and begins to give to the dynasty to make state a somewhat unusual phenomenon. Here's the units. Now, units have been part of the palace as long as we know in Chinese history. We go all the way back to the very earliest texts to some of the classical works like the Book of Songs. There are references to units in these. There are references to the organization of the units of the palace, including the text referring to the units. So we know that units have been around for a very, very long time. And they play a particular role within the sort of classical of the imperial system. Because within the palace, the emperor represented the creative force of Yang, and the imperial women were a kind of reservoir of the feminine. In the imperial palace, the desire was that there be no Yang, no male creative force that wasn't the emperor. And so to staff the palace, to have there perform the menial tasks of maintenance, cleaning, and things like that, it had become the practice to employ castrated males. Eunuchs. This, of course, also meant that they were unlikely to meddle with imperial succession, fostering illegitimate children. In the Tang Dynasty, within the palace, had been able to parlay their special access to the imperial family into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties, at the final stages, have seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than previous instances. Zhou Zhao, the founding emperor, had excluded eunuchs. He had known enough history and precedent that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught to read, that anyone who violated this would be subject to punishment. But Zhu Di, who was inspiring and preparing his power, had used eunuchs from his presidency as emissaries and as secret agents to prepare at Nanjing. Even after seizing the truth, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal leaders, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's trust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent on him. Literati, of course, had their own powers. The landowners, for the most part, they had the examination system, they had a sort of separate identity, which kept them dependent on the emperor. They were appointed by the emperor, and yet they were not completely the emperor's creatures. Eunuchs, on the other hand, were entirely dependent upon the imperial Zhu Di gave eunuchs not only the but allowed them to become involved in handling information. And indeed, right at the end of his reign, he set the stage for the founding of what comes to be known as the eunuch school, which was an academy in the imperial grounds for the training of eunuchs, so that they could help with the documentary processes of government. This was a direct confirmation of Zhu but been overly public by them. So, the short state, as we see it from, say, the 1530s on, includes a sort of balance that has to be maintained between the power of the and the inner court, and the power of the Confucian officials in the outer court and in the empire at large. Late in the dynasty, emperors begin to actually send eunuch commissioners out from the palace to oversee various kinds of economic actions, to conduct for secret police functions. Emperors come almost as surrogates for imperial power. While the official maintain the regular bureaucracy and have to find ways to deal with the power that have gained. So it creates a special kind of challenge, a special set of political circumstances that we need to bear in mind when we look at the history. Given the power that they came to have, given the wealth that they came to have, sought to legitimize themselves, sought to make themselves less offensive, less problematic, as mutilated individuals who were unfilial. They hadn't maintained the body they from their parents. They certainly weren't carrying their ancestral lineage. And this was seen as very ritually bad by Confucian officials. Overcome that to sort of legitimize themselves and colonize many powerful groups that became patrons of art and Buddhism, founded monasteries. Well, the state, the Ming state, by middle of the 15th century, has settled into a chain of government, literati, in their traditional role that they felt rightfully belonged to them, running the imperial bureaucracy, maintaining examination system, dominating the cultural life of the empire. Eunuchs are very powerful in the palace, but still functioning in the interest of the monarch. This goes on the political society is expansion and development, and in part this was facilitated by actions of the government itself. The Ming Dynasty possessed, from very early on, was one of Julian John's priorities, a very well-developed system of internal control, particularly part of Julian John's obsession, if you will, with knowing everything that was going on, was information from all of the empire as efficiently as possible. He had built up a system of communication, post that extended all over the empire. There were postal stations every few miles or so along the routes. Portions were maintained at different stations. Lodgings provided couriers. It took perhaps as long as weeks to get to the very southern extremities of the empire. But that was actually fairly rampant in terms of standards of communication and transportation. This system of official post road station communications infrastructure for a much more expansive that was used not by only official representatives, but by merchants and other kinds of craft. Since these roads were already there, since there was an imperial presence at these post stations along the way, the imperial army tended to be garrisoned along there. They were, and so travelers, merchants in particular, who wanted to be traveling money on goods, to travel on these roads. So the main official post road became the network of the trading system of the Ming Dynasty. That in turn contributed to further economic growth as services directed towards these commercial travel began to spring up in conjunction with the official station. There might be an official station where imperial troops would stop and train their horses and eat and rest, and around those there were hospitals, inns, other kinds of services to be provided for private travelers, but in the same places, along the same road, and under the same basic social conditions. Merchants also allowed particularly transport barges on the Grand Canal. The canal was used to ship grain, which was grown in southeastern China, the imperial capital. Beijing at this time was such a large city, it was unable to meet its grain needs from the immediate side around it. So grain from the south to the north. When these barges traveled back south, or even on the northern journey, if they weren't full, they could be utilized by merchants to ship commercial goods. So there were a number of ways in which the official infrastructure of the Ming state contributed to encourage the growth of the economy. We see in this period, from the 15th through the 16th, even beyond, a revival and a further intensification of the process of regional economic specialization. We talked about it in the where certain areas began to develop particular specialized kinds of production. Textile centers in the Jiangnan region, where cotton was grown, or so on. Tea growing centers of Zhejiang and Hunan, the great imperial kilns at Jingdezhen, northern Sichuan, returned to their very large scale operation. These kinds of centers of production meant that you had large populations where they were growing things, manufacturing things, which were then traded out into a national market and indeed beyond China into an international market. But those areas of specialized production also became areas of consumption because families which had formerly been subsistence farmers, self-sufficient farmers, now were producing, say, cotton for the market or tea for the market, but were producing their own food. And so it became necessary to import food into these areas. And these exchanges, long distance exchanges, going often along the imperial routes of communication and transport, revived and intensified the commercialization growth of the Chinese commercial economy. That growth is reflected the more complex kinds of economic operations that were attendant upon this kind of growth and the development of circulation and experimented with back in the Soviet Union is tried again in the sort of crypto-banking institutions begin to develop. Interestingly, particularly in Shanxi province in the Northwest, where financial paper financial instruments, not government money, but private commercial paper begins to use during the meeting. While domestic growth is in many ways advanced and facilitated by government action, the international situation is a little bit more complex. The main government, particularly after the end of the voyages of exploration that had been cleared by the official view of the big state is rather negative tradition. When the dynasty had first been established, geo and jobs concerns had been for coastal security. There had been some resistance to the establishment of Ning's on the southeast coast, and there's something called the Maritime Institute, which is an effort to control trade, coastal trade. And this remains a concern through much of the dynasty. It's not so much an effort, a real effort to totally eliminate trade as to regulate very, very carefully. There are times when trade is banned completely. Tries to regulate it very carefully. But that's very problematic because the impulse to trade is very strong. And what happens is when the state is completely down on trade goes into private hands and into outlaw hands. And one of the chronic security issues in the Ming Dynasty in the 15th and 16th century was piracy. People who are traveling on the sea and who are going port to port, who are acquiring goods and acquiring wealth, cannot do it legally, so they wind up becoming pirates. And when they are resisted by coastal authorities, they wind up raiding pirates. Along the coast of Maine, particularly in the certain areas. Nonetheless, there is official trade, officially tolerated trade that continues throughout this period. And indeed, particularly with Japan, what gets established is what comes to be known as the tally trade, which is a trade in but the use of tallies of markers, which are divided in half, so that the Japanese merchant has one half, and the Chinese official has the other half, and the merchant comes to port. You can match the halves together, and that proves that this is an exchange rather than a kind of currency. And that serves to facilitate trade with Japan. This is particularly important because Japan at this time had discovered rather significant deposits of silver. Silver mining was going on fairly in Japan. And the flow from Japan into China helped facilitate the monetization of the Chinese economy, the increased use of money that partners with Chinese domestic economy. That trend towards monetization and the encouragement to commercial growth that it went along with becomes even more significant. We get to the latter part of the 16th century. Of course, at this time, in the New World, the Spanish who have been establishing their colonial empire in Central and South America begin to mine a tremendous amount of silver themselves, both in Mexico and even more so down at Potosí in Bolivia and Peru. And this new supply of silver begins to form global economy in the last third of the century. In the 1570s, the Spanish acquire a trading post at Manila, Philippines, and very, very quickly, the Chinese begin to trade with the Spanish. So a large flow of silver coming out of Mexico to Manila, and then from Manila, entering into China, gives even greater impetus to commercial growth and development in China. That process of commercialization.
Yo, Simius, how you doing, girl? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, my friend Jim. Simius, you're what's going on? I knew you are. I know. Jim, that's somebody else. Apologies. Simius, how are you? Oh, you're funny. Jim, you are funny. Okay. Simius, how are you, dog? What language do you know? Okay, un momento, por favor. Sí. Un momento. Español, España, Mexico. Un momento. What's up, big dog? I hope you know that Harry Potter is going to the moon. We are going to be very rich people, and you are in the right spot. That's why I'm here.
¿Qué pasa? No. Espero que sepas que Harry Potter va a ir a la luna. Seremos muy ricos si estás en el lugar correcto. Me alegro de que estés aquí.
Excellent. I'm going to send you an invitation to my Discord. I'm live 24/7 in this Telegram, but also in a Discord. Feel free to drop by. We've got a lot of people from the community. So just remember, I'm going to send you an invitation. Okay?
Excelente. Te voy a enviar una invitación a mi Discord. Estoy en vivo las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana en este Telegram, pero también en un Discord. No dudes en pasarte. Tenemos a mucha gente de la comunidad allí, así que espera un momento. Te voy a enviar una invitación. ¿De acuerdo?
If you have a phone, please check your instant messages. They just sent you an email.
Si tienes un momento, revisa tus mensajes instantáneos. Te acabo de enviar un mensaje directo.
We talk about some really interesting things on my stream. I live stream on 24/7, 365. I've been promoting for years. I've been in the community for more than 10 years, live streaming this Telegram. Data is very valuable, and I have more data than any person ever on the internet in global history.
Hablamos de algunas cosas muy interesantes en mi stream. Te dejé mi like. 24 activo Somos 365 y lo he estado por más de 3 años. Llevo más de un año en la comunidad transmitiendo en vivo. En este Telegram los datos son muy valiosos y tengo más datos que cualquier persona en Internet en la historia global.
Some of the things that we discussed on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind floating technology. We talk about nuclear energy, nuclear fission, fusion, geothermal technology, all kinds of futuristic stuff. Very interesting.
Algunas de las cosas que discutimos en esta transmisión son cosas como: no puedo soportar la gravedad, la antimateria, la revelación extraterrestre, la tecnología de extensión de la vida, la tecnología de transferencia de información mental. Hablamos sobre la energía nuclear, la fisión nuclear, la fusión nuclear, la tecnología geotérmica, todo tipo de cosas futuristas que son muy interesantes.
Gracias. Bye-bye. There we go. That's how it looks.
All right. Chat. Ricardo, I'm so terribly sorry for what I never believed he's extended my uncle but all my fellows and what do you I feel like this is like, is he actually just giving you your shit back after being violated like that? Just give me my girls. Like, he violated. He didn't. That's sad. Even an apology. Oh my god, it feels so good. Yeah, it's so bad that this thing is like really delayed. But we can build it in. It's like pretty fire. Like, you're not. Oh my god. I feel like I'm on 360 FPS now. Oh, it's like that. Just like that. Okay, okay. That was good. That was good. They just did that. Okay. I was okay. Now that is why I'm going to this now. Right before they come and pop up. Just on my ass.
maybe Ivan is better.
Dynamic Emperor all the way back to Han. John Trudell sets out to reform the revenue system, taxation system, and to restrain the excesses of both local officials and private wealthy families in local society. He wants to also reform the tax system in response to changes that are taking place in the Chinese economy with the growth of commercialization and the monetization of the economy. He's responding to some of the developments that are taking place in the course of the day, and in particular to the flow of silver into the Chinese economy. He undertakes a series of reforms. He wants to carry out a survey to determine who owns land, how much land, what the quality of that land, and what the proper evaluation and tax burden should be in association with that. There hasn't been a comprehensive survey since 1993. So John Trudell simply wants to bring the records of the revenue system, the knowledge of the central government, into line with realities, which will have changed significantly out there in the field. To do this, he sends officials out to try to survey land, try to note the existing records, try to determine ownership and use and things like that. He also undertakes a series of reforms designed to make the collection of taxes easier and more efficient, streamline it so that it's easier for people to pay their taxes and to reform it in such a way that taxes that are lined up in the Imperial Treasury. Okay? Now, the central aspect of his reforms would come to be known as single reforms. Well, there are two basic aspects. One is timing, and the other is the way in which taxes are paid in time. In other words, not in money, but in grain, cloth. And these taxes were accordingly collected at times of the year when grain or cloth would be likely to be in good supply. Grain taxes tended to be collected in the fall after harvest came in. Cloth taxes tended to be collected in the spring when the winter weaving season was completed. Okay? So this had been the practice transaction, to a cash transaction, to have taxes be paid out in silver. And he does this. The aspect of is put into effect. He also consolidates the payment of various kinds of taxes, which had previously been assessed in terms of so much grain or so much corn, into single in. So it's a good system. It allows people to pay their taxes efficiently. If they're grain dealers, grain money, if cloth get money, so whatever they're producing and get money with, everybody can use currency of exchange, which is so taxes are done in terms of, and so in those parts of the empire where commercial development we should have large wealth this seems to be a very effective set of his efforts to survey the empire to get a better sense of the taxes that people actually owe. The land, this land as well as the and this is because the wealthy families don't really want the records to be accurate. It's not in their interest to have this survey take place. And of course, here we see once again the classic sort of contradictory situation of the Literati. So on the one hand, Literati servants, they are from the ranks of the Literati, government officials of the system. And in their capacity as officials, their capacity as servants of the monarch, of course, they're part of the system that is out there trying to do surveys to get a better understanding of the financial situation. The Literati are also the local elites. They tend to be the wealthy landowning families, and particularly in the wealthy part of the Jiangnan area, the Valley. There's a contradiction in their capacity as private citizens, in their capacity as local elites. They resist the efforts of the state to extract more wealth from their land. And so they resist the effort to conduct this survey. They sort of thwart and frustrate the officials who are sent out. And they are fairly effective at undermining Zhang Zhujiang's ability to carry out this survey. And indeed, they resent his action so much that as the decade of the 50s, 70s goes on, Zhang Zhujiang becomes politically, he becomes a political enemy of large contingents within the ranks of the Literati, even within the ranks of Literati serving as officials. Going to an active line for the state, where in fact the state should be a little more hands off and allow the Literati to manage affairs more directly themselves. Now, by the beginning of the 1580s, this will lead to John downfall. At the same time, though, the effects of his monetary reform, the effects of the simple whip reform in terms of paying taxes in silver instead of in kind, also become a little more complex. As I said, in those parts of the empire, commercial development has been taking place. This is a very effective reform. It's a popular reform. It's easier on the citizens who are paying taxes, and it results in better revenue for the government. But in other parts of the areas where commercial growth has not been extensive, areas where silver is not widely circulated, the similar reforms become, in fact, they make the situation worse for many people. Peasants living in, say, the northwest or southwest, Shanxi or Guizhou provinces, find themselves having to take their relatively meager crops and sell them for money so that they can pay their taxes. The problem is in these areas, less silver is in circulation, more copper is in circulation. Copper, cash are in circulation. On a sovereign race for commonwealth, they then return between silver and copper. It's very biased against copper. So you wind up spending more copper to get the silver you need to pay your taxes than you would if you were simply paying your taxes in or even if you pay them in copper coins.
You know why?
So these civil reforms have a negative impact on large parts of the empire, away from the coastal areas and from the mountains. And at first, this isn't particularly significant. When the reforms are first put in place, the silver that's coming into the treasury looks so good, nobody really worries about it very much, and the situation takes a while to develop to the point where these tensions and disparities between the more commercialized and less commercialized part of the empire. By that time, John falls from power at the beginning of the 1580s, largely because of the resentment and resistance against him on the part of local elites who used the imperial system to perhaps would have been simply a passing episode. If circumstances had then not become even more problematic for the effectiveness of
even if I did.
and what comes into play now is a very complex sort of philosophical question.
I have two boosts, bro. You want boost?
At the end of the 16th century, the government of the imperial state goes into a kind of grid. It ceases to function effectively, not so much on the day-to-day level, but on the level of being able to respond to changing circumstances, to respond to new horizons. It continues to run along pretty well just in terms of the everyday operation of government, like the taxes, the paying of officials, the monitoring of local circumstances. But political debate, political discussion,
every 2
grinds more because it becomes demoralized. We get what we call a polarization of political discourse or political rhetoric at the end of the 16th, beginning of the 17th century. It makes it very difficult for the state to function effectively. The root are in the ideas of their named Wang Yangming. Wang Yangming was a philosopher, he was a scholar, he was an official, he had a very successful government, and Confucius to be, in some ways, the last great Confucian philosopher in imperial time, where Zhu Xi, back in the southern zone, brought together a lot of ideas and formulated them into the system that we sometimes call Neo-Confucianism, or the learning of the way. Wang Yangming now takes certain elements within that tradition of Confucianism and gives them somewhat different interpretation of certain aspects. And this gives rise to philosophical developments we may not actually have anticipated the way that they would play out, but which come by the end of the 16th century to cause problems. So let me unpack this a little bit and talk about what these ideas were and how they came to be so problematic. The critical idea within was that has within them what he calls an innate knowledge of the new. It's actually nothing new in the sense that it's not an idea that he introduces into Confucianism. It's an idea that has been there all along, but he takes it out. That's what moves it to center stage and puts a particular emphasis on what the idea of the innate knowledge of his work means, and certain of his followers will try to repeat it and drawing implications for sound. What it means is that individuals have a responsibility for moral justice. Okay? In Confucianism, prior to this, the tendency has been for most people, the vast majority of people, to simply defer moral justice to their superiors, to the elites, particularly to the literati and bearers of literary cultural tradition, as the educated elites, the people who were steeped in the Confucian classics, were looked to provide the leadership, the moral models for others to follow. What the main idea suggests that individuals would find within themselves a source of moral responsibility. That they would have a personal conscience, that they would have a personal agency in acting in the world. And what would make place an additional emphasis on the idea of the unity of knowledge and action. It wasn't enough to simply know the good, to have an innate knowledge of the good. It was imperative that act on the basis of that knowledge. And again, consistent with Christian teaching over the previous 1,500 years. But in conjunction with his emphasis on the innate knowledge of the good, this idea that on that really has almost revolutionary implications. Because the context of the 16th century, in the context of all the many other changes taking place in China at this time, the growth of a commercial economy, many things that are similar to circumstances in early modern Europe, this comes to be seen as a sort of rise of Chinese individualism, a kind of individualist humanism. Very similar to things taking place at the same time in European thought. Well, as the 16th century went on, Guinness himself died at time, but as his followers interpreted and developed his ideas, a variety of popular movements took place. People from non-literati background, merchants, ordinary peasants, farmers, artisans, came involved in movements based on or going out of ideas of one. Sometimes these divide the power of people. Sometimes they set out utopian political experiments, all based upon the idea that it is not necessary to defer to the power or the others, and rather to act on the basis of their own moral insights, their own moral knowledge. Also, gained a lot of currency amongst the educated elite. Themselves, members of the elite. These debates about morality, discussions about individual moral responsibility and agency, penetrated the political culture of the League state. And by the end of the it began to permeate in such a way that political discussion became not a matter of seeking out a compromise position between two different policy orientations, which both were seen as essentially legitimate, but rather good. If I have knowledge of good, and my moral knowledge tells me that this is good, and you say, that's then it's not just that we have different views, but my view is good, so yours is bad. And this moralization of politics means that rather than simple compromise and pragmatism, everybody starts to see the victory of their moral position and the defeat of their evil enemies. That kind of process doesn't work very well in terms of the day-to-day functions of a political administration. This is particularly problematic because disputes develop at the imperial court. The emperor had been married and had a daughter, be his heir when he came to the throne. As a young emperor, emperor acquires a new imperial favor, has a son with her. He then wishes to have her be his empress, and that son replace the existing heir. The Confucian officials refuse to comply with this. They criticize the emperor on the grounds of their moral intention, but the emperor refuses to accept their criticism, and a tension between the emperor and his officials begins to limit the effectiveness of the court. It begins to the emperor withdraws from regular involvement with his officials. He removes himself from the day-to-day administration of the empire. This is why I say that although the Roman emperor had many good qualities and capacities which might have been connected, the way that his reign develops, he disengages from policy, disengages from administration, and that means he's unable to really become the kind of creator that he might potentially have been. By the time we get to the beginning of the 17th century, or into the early 1600s, the moralization of politics goes even further. In particular, the emergence of something called the Dongmen Academy. Dongmen is Eastern Forest, and it's simply the name of the school in the Jiangnan area that serves as the center for a amongst young literati. Political parties, formal political organizations, they simply don't exist in the traditional political culture of China. All the way back in the Song Dynasty, figures on the show had argued that perhaps political factions were okay. Perhaps the association of public-spirited gentlemen who shared political views was a good thing, but they never accepted that factional organizations were banned, not accepted. Nonetheless, people who did share common ideas, common values, common aspirations within the literati did get together in various ways. Normally, they did this under the cover of what they called literary societies, poetry groups, gardening clubs, but they often got together and talked about politics and the issues of the day, and sometimes coordinate actions and activities in ways that sought to promote their views and their kind of political program. The Dongmen Academy was once it becomes in some ways the closest thing to an organized political movement that we see in prior to the 20th century. The Dongmen Academy had a shared values. Participants in the Dongmen sought to help each other out politically, sought to advance essentially their economic growth within the institutional framework of the examination system and the imperial bureau. Now, this fits into the whole basis is that the Dongmen Party represents itself as the moral pure group. They were the clean politics guys. They criticized the existing emperors, the existing officials within the state as being morally corrupt. And the basis that they had still refused to cooperate with those officials. The emperor was still insisting that he wanted to name the emperor, he wanted to name their apparent. The officials, had they truly been upright morals, would have been able to sway the emperor by the power of their moral examples. Since they had been able to do that, they proved how corrupt they were. It was necessary, therefore, for people like the Dongmen to replace them so that they could bring correct moral leadership to the empire. Of course, it's easy to see this as simply an exercise in partisan politics. The Dongmen group is the outcome. Doesn't have access to the highest offices, and they want to get that access. They want to replace the individuals who do have it. The way to do that is not through a process of sort of political activity, as we would normally conceive of it, but is through a moral attack.
real life.
We need to get them out of office, not because they're doing a bad job, but because they're bad people. Okay? When you reach that level of when you put politics into that kind of moral framework, it becomes very difficult to find ways to reach practical arrangements to allow things to happen. Eventually, this culminates in 1620s, after the end of the Wan reign, in a great series of current factional conflicts at court, large groups of executed, eunuchs seized leading positions, and the dynasty is deeply, deeply damaged. Ironically, in the end, when the Wan Emperor dies in 1620, the son, who he had wished to name as his heir, has died already, predeceased as the emperor, and the entire argument, the entire conflict, proves to have been put on. The death of the putative heir apparent means that in the end, it was the original heir, the son of the original empress, who succeeds the Wan Emperor in 1620. So all the factionalism, all the conflict, all the supposed moral problems at the court proved to have been for nothing in terms of a practical outcome. But the damage that they have done to the system by 1620 is so severe that once the Wan Emperor himself has gone from the scene, and we have again a series of relatively ineffective emperors in the 1620s, it allows this national factional conflict to simply erupt in a way that costs many, many lives, and further paralyzes the ability of the main state to act effectively. Well, the inability of the main government to do much other than turn it upon itself, to consume itself in factional, moralistic infighting at court, meant that problems in society and in the economy simply got worse and worse. No one, in a sense, was rising top. And so the discrepancy, the disparity between the prosperity of the coastal regions and the poverty of the interior, particularly the northwest and southwest, that situation simply got worse and worse. In particular, the burden of silver taxation began to depress the livelihood of farmers, particularly in the northwest. And this led to people defaulting on their taxes, people having assets seized, people losing their land, and a downward spiral in circumstances in that part that began to push people outside the bounds of lawful society. And we will see shortly that banditry and eventually rebellion grows out of the deteriorating economic situation in the Northwest. Even in the parts of the empire where commercial growth was proceeding, where wealth was expanding, further tensions, further contradictions were arising within society. Merchants who were excluded from participation in the examination system, from meaningful influence in public affairs, were now around in much greater numbers, with much greater wealth, and they were clamoring for some more meaningful role within public life. They competed with traditional elites in various kinds of consumerism, art, clothing, housing, building up great libraries and things like that, and also in charitable action. The gridlock that flipped the main state from the late 16th century all through the first quarter of the 17th century finally means that as new forces begin to emerge outside China, particularly beyond the Great Wall in the northeast, no one is effectively prepared to respond to them. The Manchu people who arise in the northeast at this time will come to be the successor of the Manchu. But for that story, we'll have to wait until the next lecture. We've been talking about the crises, gridlock that has afflicted the Ming Dynasty from the end of the 16th to the first few decades of the 17th century. Many of the factors that we've looked at in this were internal, were domestic. Concerns about political factionalism, economic court, imperial bureaucracy, problems in the economy, problems with immiseration of peasants in parts of the country where tax burdens have been made heavier by the conversion to cash. But while all that was going on within the Ming system, outside of China, often in what is now northeastern China, but then is beyond the frontier, a new force was developing, which would come to be the successors to the Ming, would come to overthrow the last remnants of the Ming Dynasty and conquer China in the middle of the 17th century. And that force was in the form of a new people. And it's not often that we get to talk about the idea of a new people, people that we call the Manchus. Now, prior to the late 16th century, there were no Manchus. There was no one called by that name, no one with that sort of identity. The Manchus were, in a sense, a creative ethnicity, creative culture. And they were the creation of a man named Nurhaci. Now, Nurhaci was himself a Jurchen. And when we talk about Jurchen as one of the non-Chinese people who had invaded the north of China, conquered it back in the early 12th century, and established the Jin dynasty, which controlled northern China until the Mongol early in the 13th century. Well, Nurhaci was a Jurchen. The Jurchen people, after the fall of their dynasty, had returned to their traditional life in the forests and valleys of what is now northeastern China. Nurhaci was born around 1559, and as a young man, he conceived the ambition of restoring the glory of his people, gaining the power and prestige which they had possessed when they had invaded and conquered northern China, established the Jin. But he soon began to feel that the Jurchen people by themselves would not perhaps be the best vehicle with these ambitions. And he created a sort of super ethnic group by getting other tribal groups, tribal communities in the vicinity of the Jurchen people to affiliate themselves with his movement. In some instances, he did this via conquest. In some instances, he did this via what we might think of as diplomacy, by negotiating arrangements with other peoples in the area. In the first quarter of the 17th century, this new forged group began to call itself and began to be referred to as the Manchus. I don't know exactly where the term Manchu itself comes from. It may be derived from the name of a Buddhist spiritual figure called Manjushri, who is a sort of spiritual spirit of wisdom. Very popular, particularly with Mongolian Buddhists, and the Mongol communicated with each other, shared a lot of ideas. But wherever the name came from, this is how they began to identify themselves. The Manchus began to, they adopted a writing system. They began to write down their own legends, their own myths. They created a history of Manchu people with sort of origin myth and long account that included the history of the church, but expanded to have a more comprehensive perspective. They developed their relationship with the Mongols, who lived not in the mountains and valleys of the northeast, but out on the grasslands further west, through a number of links. Some of these has to do with religion. The adoption of Buddhism by many was part of the process, and the writing system was mentioned years as they began to record their legends and histories was based on the writing system of the Mongols. they made a variety of cultural connections and cultural links. If you look at this period, for the first quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus seem to have principally been concerned with developing their own sense of identity, their own internal organization, their own consolidating their position in the territories which they already occupied. But as we move into the second quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus began to directly challenge the Chinese, the Ming Dynasty, for power, first in the Northeast and then later in China itself. Now, China forms sort of a cultural frontier along most of its length. Inside the wall, to the south of the wall, is the area of settled agricultural society associated with Chinese civilization. Beyond the wall, west of the wall, are the areas of semi-nomadic people with civilizations and cultures that are different from in the Ming Dynasty. Really was the frontier for most of the time. But at the very eastern extremity of the wall, where it comes down to the sea, Chinese settlers had moved outside the Great Wall and had settled in what is now southern Manchuria. When the Manchus began to conceive and act on the ambition of challenging the dynasty, this was the first area of activity. Now, in 1626, they signaled their ambitions by proclaiming a revived Jin Dynasty Day, what they call the later Jin Dynasty. And this was a signal that they intended to try to reclaim the heritage, reclaim some of the glory of their ancestors. They established the capital city at what is now the site of the city of Shenyang. The nation is called Mukden, and it was built along the same layout, the same design as the Chinese capital at Beijing. And so this again was a signal, sort of representation of the real conditions. Also in 1635, the Manchu language, which was largely based on Persian, was made the official language of the culture. The next year, in 1636, the name of the dynasty was changed. It was changed to Jin, which means gold, which was also the surname of the many of the Manchus, including the most powerful family. And the new name was adopted. The new name which was adopted was the Qing dynasty. Now, Qing is a Chinese term, and it means pure. And the symbolism here was that, on the one hand, there was an ambition to do more than simply revive the heritage of the Jin. They wanted to go beyond what the Jin had achieved earlier, not simply a partial conquest of China, but a complete takeover. And the other aspect of the symbolism of the title Qing was to purify China, to purge the empire of the corrupt elements which they attributed to the decadence of the Ming Dynasty. And of course, this kind of symbolism, this kind of rationale for the overthrow of China is itself embedded in Chinese political tradition. It's an echo of the reflection of the doctrinal mandate of heaven, which of course discussed earlier, goes all the way back to the origins of Chinese political history. In the 1630s, particularly towards the end of the 1630s, beginning of the 1640s, military campaigning against the Ming became more active and conducted a larger scale operation. In 1641, there was a great siege at the Ming garrison at a place called Jinzhou, outside the Great Wall, and eventually the Manchus succeeded in capturing the fortress, and this was a great victory for them. It became an even greater victory in that several of the generals of the Ming army who had been defeated had been defected and went over to the Manchu side, and they felt that the Manchus didn't have a mandate of women, that their power was on the rise, and they chose to associate themselves with that new reality. By early 1640s, established their control over all of the Northeast, right down to the line of had not been able to penetrate the Great Wall, but they now controlled the territory beyond the wall, all the way up into their ancestral home. Well, the situation in 1644 in China was pretty bleak. As we talked about before, the crises that had been building up at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century had not been addressed by the main state. The imperial government was infected, it was locked up by internal factional conflicts, by moralization, political debate and discourse, which meant that compromise and pragmatic policy solutions were much more difficult to produce and to effect. The financial problems of the dynasty had begun to intensify as well. In the northwest and the southwest, the areas where commercialization had not advanced as far, the nationalizations and reforms of the tax system, which had been put in place back in the 1570s, finally began to really have some very negative effects. Larger and larger numbers of farmers were not able to maintain their taxes in the process of selling their crops, getting copper coins, converting those to silver, and then paying their taxes in silver, was not a very good one for them, and it led to increasing default, loss of property, and growing landless because of population. Even in the areas of the country where commercialization was well developed, problems began to occur as we moved into the 1620s and 1630s because the flow of silver into the country began to decrease. Silver coming out of Japan dried up almost completely because the Japanese had put export controls on silver. They didn't want silver leaving their economy. And silver coming into China from the New World, from the Spanish mines in Latin America, also began to increase. It didn't stop by any means. It continued to flow in. But the rate at which new silver was coming into the Chinese economy began to fall. And that meant, along with the Japanese situation, that as the economy was growing and expanding, that money became scarce, which led to various kinds of problems. The national conflicts at the court in the 1620s were very brutal and very bloody, but they are brought to an end in 1628 when a new emperor comes to the throne, and when the power of the last of the great evil units, as they're called, was broken. And the political infighting really comes to a close for the most part, because it ceases to be such a powerful block on the effectiveness of government action. And after 1620, the new emperor embarks on a process of reform, trying to get the dynasty back online. The problem is that it's really just too little too late. He does some good things, he makes some sincere efforts, but the problems that have begun to beset the empire are simply beyond his capacity to resolve with the kinds of resources that he has at his disposal. Through the 1630s, the situation, particularly in the Northwest, was now Shanxi province, just gets worse and worse. Large numbers of farming families are dispossessed and just sort of wandering on the road. And not surprisingly, as we've seen in earlier instances, begin to organize themselves and be organized into larger and larger bodies of armed men with really vested interest in the stability of the present order, begin to raid, to attack small towns and administrative centers to try to simply seize the livelihood that they need, to break into government granaries, to get food, to raid treasury, to get money. And this pattern of rebellion needs to be addressed by the government, by, of course, deploying troops. The lack of revenue, the decline primitive that sometimes people still get paid. Unpaid troops will sometimes defect to the other side, and the situation then, of course, simply continues to deteriorate. By the end of the 1630s, so we move into the beginning of the 1640s, one individual emerges as the main leader of these rebel movements in northwest China. And this is a man named Li Zicheng. Now, Li Zicheng didn't have any particular political program, unlike the founding of the Ming Dynasty, when Yang positions himself at the head of a great mystical peasant movement. It doesn't appear that there was a particularly well-developed spiritual or religious program in the 1630s. It was simply, it was more simply a struggle for survival, struggle by these groups to overthrow the existing authority and perhaps establish conditions or circumstances in which their particular life would be better guaranteed. Li Zicheng leads a large peasant army to the north in the course of the early 1640s. There's a lot of fighting with northern Shanxi, and this is not far from the imperial capital at Beijing. Finally, in the spring of 1644, Li Zicheng is positioned to make an attack on the capital itself. He leads his forces towards the capital from the west, and finally, in April of 1644, is able to enter the capital and seize it and occupy it for himself. At this time, this is sort of the final tragic moment for the imperial court. The story is that on the morning when the rebels had seized the city, the last of the Ming emperors gets up in the palace and goes into his audience hall, only to find that all of his officials have fled. The court had departed overnight, but somehow no one had felt quite ready to tell the emperor. So the emperor realizes that the situation is hopeless. He walks, which is unusual for the emperor, out of the palace to the north and goes up a hill, what's called Coal Hill, which is an artificial hill built up out of the dirt that had been dredged from the moat surrounding the palace. He took with him a bit of silk. When he reached near the top of the hill, he cut his finger, and wrote on this piece of silk the two characters which mean Son of Heaven, the official sort of title name for the emperor, most convenient to the emperor. He then tied a sash around his neck and hanged himself from a tree on this hillside. And that brought the rule of the dynasty effectively to an end. Li Zicheng was in control of the city. The officials of the court and some princes of the imperial family were fleeing to the south. They made their way to Beijing, which was the secondary capital of the dynasty. And they did hold out there for a while. There's efforts to proclaim a successor, but as we'll see, none of those really worked out. In Beijing, Li Zicheng proclaims a new dynasty of his own, himself as the new emperor. And he begins to undertake the process of trying to establish himself in the palace. He puts up notices calling on officials of the former dynasty who are still in the capital to present themselves at his court, promises that they'll be pardoned, they will be punished if they show up. And a few actually do. He begins the process of trying to put a new governmental regime together. But this doesn't last long because the mansions have not gone away, and nor have all the loyalists of the Ming Dynasty itself. Over at the eastern end of the Great Wall, at a place called Shanhaiguan, which means the pass between the mountains and the sea, the place where the wall comes down out of the mountains and runs right down to the coast. There's a great fortress that the Manchus had been stopped in their efforts to come into China previously. Well, the commander of that fortress is a man named Wu Songwei. And Wu Songwei was a general in the army, and was a very good general, but one who was given responsibility for such an important position, and he had exercised that command quite effectively, keeping the Manchus on the outside and his Chinese forces on the inside. However, when Li Zhang captures Beijing, Wu Songwei finds himself in a difficult situation. He, of course, is still a Chinese general charged with protecting the empire from the barbarians, who's the outside. But now his dynasty is in trouble. His emperor is killed. And perhaps more direct concern to him, his mistress is in Beijing, and he is worried that she may perhaps be recruited into the harem of the new emperor, Li Zhang, if he succeeds in establishing himself in power. And so Wu Songwei makes a very difficult choice. He negotiates with the leaders of the Manchu, and he works out an agreement with them, on the terms of which he will allow the Manchus to bring the army inside the Great Wall, into the pass. The Manchus and Wu Songwei's forces will then go in and overthrow, drive the rebels out of the capital, and restore the big dynasty. Well, the Manchus agree to this. Wu Songwei opens the gates, and together they go west to Beijing, where they do indeed drive Li Zhang out of the capital and destroy his nascent effort at establishing the dynasty. Having done this, however, and not surprisingly, the Manchus announced that they are not, in fact, going to restore the big dynasty and then withdraw and return outside the Great Wall, but that they are putting their Qing dynasty in place in Beijing and seizing the capital for themselves. Wu Songwei, having achieved perhaps his real objective, which was getting his tongue out of the capital, making sure that his particular interests were secure, and of course being something of a realist, accepts the reality of the Manchu conquest, and in fact becomes a general in the Manchu military. Now, having seized the capital was a very important step, of course, but there was a lot more to the Ming Dynasty, a lot more to the empire than the capital itself. The Manchus then had to set about establishing their rule over the rest of the empire. And this was not an easy or simple process. Most of the military campaigning that was involved in the conquest takes place over the next 2 years, between 1644 and 1646. And as the previous conquests, particularly if we look back at the example of the Mongol conquest in the 13th century, the greatest resistance to the Manchus came from the Jiangnan area, the area near the mouth of the Yangtze River, which comes out to the sea, which was the wealthiest area, the area where the greatest concentration of literati could be found, where the developed commercial economy, in conjunction with this very ancient traditions of Chinese culture and elite life, is that perhaps a sense of I suppose we could say patriotism, or at least a cultural resistance to barbarian invasion, was great. And so it was in the Jiangnan area we saw that we see the most dramatic efforts to fight off the Manchu conquest. This has come to be symbolized, perhaps most powerful for the Chinese, by the story of Yangzhou. Yangzhou is a city actually on the northern side of the Yangtze River, along the Grand Canal, a great commercial city, a city famous for its painters, for its poets, resistance, much more than Manchus had expected. And when finally the city was surrendered, Manchus took a very savage vengeance upon it. For 10 days, there was basically looting and killing of anyone that was found, any Chinese that was found in the city. The massacre of Yangzhou became a symbol. On the one hand, a symbol for Manchus, a message that they were sending to Chinese, saying that if you resist, if you hold out for too long, miss the opportunity for surrender, which we will extend to you, this is the fate which you can expect to suffer. On the other hand, it becomes a symbol for the Chinese of the barbarism of the conquerors and of the heroism of the Chinese who had resisted and had chosen death rather than surrender. So this becomes a motif which returns in later dreams, particularly at the end of the Qing dynasty. Like Yangzhou is often invoked at the end of the dynasty as an appeal to the Chinese, which is national in the early 20th century. Well, the Ming court, which had fled from Beijing, even though the emperor had not managed to escape with it, settles in Beijing. The Manchus arrive and besiege Nanjing. The court eventually flees from there. A series of princes are named as emperors. None of them remains as emperor very long. They're captured and killed one after another. By the end of the 16th, most effective resistance to the Manchu has been brought to an end. A remnant of the court flees to the far southwest, and the last claimant to the imperial throne, the last sort of direct legitimate successor to the title of Emperor of the Ming, actually flees the country and goes into what is now Burma, and remains there as a kind of exile until 1660, by which time the Manchus are firmly in control of the southwest, and they negotiate an agreement with the Burmese rulers under the terms of which the last of the Ming royal family is returned to China, turned over to the Manchus, given a very nice banquet, and then executed. And that brings the dynasty to pretty much an absolute end. Although there are still some loyalist elements who hold out, particularly on the island of Taiwan. Taiwan at this time is in a very sort of peculiar circumstance because it is part of China. It's technically part of Fujian province of the southeast coast, but it has become a focal point for activity by both countries, in particular the Portuguese and the Dutch have a presence on Taiwan, and they, in addition to these foreigners, there are what are called pirate groups, sea raiders that are based on Taiwan. They will cross the streets and go to Taiwan and hold out there as well, without ever making much of a serious attempt to return to the main. But nonetheless, their presence is an irritant. It's not until 1683, though, that the last remnants of Ming loyalism over on Taiwan are finally suppressed. So it takes almost 40 years from the beginning of the conquest in 1644, Manchu's entry through Shanghai until the very last vestiges of Ming loyalist resistance are put to rest. But by the 1680s, the new dynasty is on very firm footing. The new emperor is on the throne, and the Qing is about to settle into a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, not unlike the long age of Middle Ming, after the turmoil of the founding and usurpation of Zhu Di. The Ming dynasty, as we've seen, settled into a fairly long period of stability, prosperity, and growth. And we see perhaps an even greater example of this in the Qing dynasty from the late 17th and 18th century. We'll take that story up in the next lecture. The Manchu people conquered China in the middle of the 17th century. They came across the Great Wall with the islands of Chinese General Wu Sangui in 1644. And after seizing the capital, fighting campaign over the next couple of years in central China, they basically were in control of the empire. Certainly, by the time the last claimant to the main throne was executed in 1660, the dynasty was essentially secured. In 1661, the first emperor of the Qing dynasty, called the Shunzhi Emperor, died and was succeeded by one of his sons, who began a series of only 3 emperors who would preside over the empire for the next 135 years. The reigns of the Kangxi, Longzhang, and Qianlong emperors cover the central part of the Qing dynasty. And in some ways, these 3 emperors represent the greatest achievements of not just the Qing dynasty, but Chinese civilization in general. In peace, prosperity, and stability over which they presided. It was also a great age for culture and art, and literature, and many of the other things that we identify with the greatness of Chinese civilization. The Kangxi Emperor, when he comes to the power in 1662, this is the first year of his reign, comes to the power as a boy. He was only about 8 years old when he succeeded, but he was chosen for some very particular reasons. He's not the oldest son of the Shunzhi Emperor, but he had already survived the disease of smallpox, and this was taken as a sign of his hardiness and his fitness, and so he was chosen and accordingly made emperor. And at first, he was guided in his rule by a council of regents, members of the Manchu imperial family, headed by his uncle, a man named Oboy. And what's called the Oboy Regency is the first 5 or 6 years of Kangxi's reign. At the end of that time, in 1667, he was still just a mid-teen. He decided to take power into his own hands and contrived to have his uncle, Oboy, set aside and had the regency disbanded, and from that point on, he rules in his own right. He comes to power in his own right. He begins to exercise his authority directly at a time when apparently things were stabilizing and the dynasty was going to settle into its sort of normal course. But in the 1670s, he does face what is the most serious challenge to the power of the Qing dynasty, certainly since its establishment, and what will be the last serious challenge to it until the middle of the 19th century. What happens is that Wu Sangui, we talked about earlier, Wu Sangui was the Chinese general in command of the fortress along the Great Wall that was keeping the Manchus out, and it was his decision to try to ally with the Manchus to drive peasant rebels led by Li Zicheng out of Beijing in the summer of 1644 that allowed the Manchus to come in and get the conquest really underway. He had been rewarded for his cooperation with the Manchus by being given a very large territory in southwestern China, essentially as his own sort of feudal domain, and a couple of other Chinese generals who had cooperated with the Manchus had been similarly rewarded. They had held these now for some 30 years, but in the 1670s, perhaps in anticipation of generational change, would these territories be handed on to their heirs? The Manchus tried to recover direct control of this part of southwest China, and this triggered a rebellion. And Wu Sangui becomes the leader of this rebellion. It's sometimes called the rebellion of the 3 feudatories, because over the other 2 generals rose up to defy the other Chinese military forces in South and Southwest China joined in with this rebellion, but not all of them, and not Chinese armies elsewhere. It took the Qing dynasty some 8 years to put down the rebellion of the three territories. It wasn't finally completely suppressed until the early 1680s. But the success that the dynasty had in controlling it, containing it, and eventually putting it down was based on the loyalty which the vast majority of the Chinese army displayed towards the new dynasty. This was a very significant development because it showed that the Manchus Qing state was not perceived as an alien body. It wasn't seen as something which needed to be resisted and done away with. Despite the fierceness with which the conquest had been resisted at the time, by the 1670s, the Manchus had managed to establish sufficient legitimacy, a sufficient sense of loyalty amongst the Chinese, that when Wu Wei led this great rebellion, the vast majority of the Chinese military remained loyal to the dynasty. The Manchus had achieved this largely because after the initial conquest, they had established conditions of peace within the empire and had allowed, for the most part, the Chinese to return to their normal livelihood. They had not sought to transform China. They had not sought to excessively punish China. Certainly, they had imposed taxation and had imposed particularly heavy taxation on the Jiangnan area. And they had also, of course, established the requirement that Chinese men adopt a Manchu hairstyle. It's called the queue. Queue is a long braid worn down on the back and the front half of the head shave. This was the traditional Manchu hairstyle, and now Chinese men were required to adopt it on the penalty that if you didn't wear this particular hairstyle, you could be executed. So it was a very severe punishment. But once a generation or so had passed, it was so widely accepted that it became part of almost of a sense of Chinese identity. And the community of interest between the Chinese population, Chinese armies, and the Manchu dynasty, the Qing dynasty, was such that the loyalty remained in place. The rebellion was indeed suppressed. Once this challenge to the power of the Qing had been overcome, Kangxi was free to turn his attention to other concerns. And perhaps most important on this list was trying to win control over all of the Mongol tribes. Now, the Mongol peoples were scattered over a wide geographic area. Some Mongol groups, the Eastern Mongols, were quite close geographically to the homeland of the Manchus, and they had been closely allied with them. They had participated in the conquest of China, participated in the government of China. Manchus and Mongols had almost a partnership in rule over the Chinese. The Manchus were clearly the dominant group, but the Mongols played a very significant role as well. And these were primarily the Eastern Mongols. Western Mongols, groups of Mongol tribes located further away from the homeland, had not joined in, had not come to share the same interests as the Manchus. And indeed, some had moved quite far away to remove themselves, to be away from the turmoil in China and the ambitions of some had gone as far as southern Russia. Kangxi begins to pursue a number of efforts to try to win these Mongol tribes back, to try to incorporate them into the Qing Empire. And the Qing Empire becomes, in a sense, a kind of multi-ethnic state. You have the Manchus as a conquering elite. You have, of course, the vast body of the Chinese people, but you also have other non-Chinese groups that are incorporated within the empire. The Mongols, significantly, Tibetans as well, as we'll see, and this effort to bring Central Asian peoples, not just the Western Mongols, but Turkic peoples as well into the fold was pursued by Kanchi and by his successors. He does not resolve this. Kanchi is not successful ultimately in either militarily defeating the Western Mongols or in diplomatically luring them back into participation in the Qing political order. But he does start this process in motion, and it will be carried on by his successors as well. He also is able to project Qing power into new geographic areas, not necessarily as far as Israel, but he begins to create direct Qing administration in the far west. It was today still called Xinjiang, which is a Chinese Burmese new frontier at the far west of China, becomes the new frontier of the Qing Empire, beginning under Xi. These external concerns, sort of frontier are one aspect of Kanchi. Another is his efforts to stabilize the fiscal basis for the dynasty. He undertakes in 1712 the great survey of the empire. Now, we know that this process of surveying the empire, trying to ascertain what land, what kind of land is, and what the taxes should be, is a very important function of the imperial state. It's often done in conjunction with the founding of a dynasty, and sometimes it's done later in the course of the dynasty to try to reform the fiscal system. We saw John Jung's attempt to do this back in the 1570s. Now in 1712, the Kanchi emperor carries out this kind of survey and fixes tax rates based upon it. But he adds kind of a new wrinkle, which is that he proclaims that the taxes based upon this survey of 1712 will remain in effect in perpetuity. They will always remain as they have been fixed under the survey of 1712. This comes to be known as the tax meetings of 1712. And it lays the foundation for some serious problems in the financing of the dynasty in later time. Well, in 1722, the Kanchi emperor died after being on the throne for 60 years. And he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Yongjong emperor. Now, when Yongjong comes to the throne, circumstances of his succession are a little unusual. Indeed, some Chinese historians, some Chinese at the time, questioned the legitimacy of his succession. He was the 13th son of the Kanchi emperor. He was far from at the head of the line to become emperor, and yet he is named in an edict, which was reportedly written by the Kanchi emperor on his deathbed. This edict, however, was believed by some, if not most Chinese, to have been forged. The conduct of the Yongjong emperor after coming to power was also a little tended to generate a certain amount of suspicion as well, because he was in very bad relations with most of his other brothers. He had almost all of them. There were only one or two with whom he seemed to get along. He had almost all his other brothers either in prison, exile, or in some instances, murdered. So, however, he came to the throne. The perception was that it was not necessarily the most proper succession. Nonetheless, the Yongjong emperor turns out to be a pretty good emperor. He doesn't have a long reign, but he devotes himself during the years that he is on the throne to trying to improve the administration of the empire, to make it more efficient and more effective, and in some ways more compassionate, more benevolent. His biggest challenge, not surprising, has to do with the financial system. Already in the 1720s, the effects of 1712 tax are beginning to be felt. The flow of income to the imperial treasury was not what Yongjong thought it should be. There were problems in the collection of taxes out in local communities. There were problems in the transmission of taxes to capital. Taxes were basically collected on central level, consolidated there, and then shipped off to the court and to the capital in Beijing. Financing the local administration was then, in theory, to be returned from the imperial treasury to the provincial and from the provincial to the local levels. Well, these various stages of transfer were fraught with the potential for corruption and problems of various kinds. One particular issue in taxes was that some people's taxes were paid in relatively small quantities, so that these were often melted down to be consolidated into bars of silver, which could be transported more simply. And there were a number of fees and charges and surcharges that were added on to cover the melted fees or the loss that might occur in consolidating. So that there were various irregular duties, irregular taxes that were being imposed by local officials. These taxes tended not to become part of the official records, tended not to make their way to the capital. And so Young Jung was concerned about abuses of the system and about trying to improve the flow of income to the center and to make sure that the court had the greatest degree of control over the tax system. So he tried to form the system in ways which would eliminate some of the informal charges that would be imposed at the local level. And he did this by sending out officials from the court and sending out instructions from the court to local administrators. He experimented with this in a couple of the provinces in central China first to ensure that money that was collected was properly recorded, money that was submitted to the imperial treasury was properly handled, and he allowed the officials to retain a portion of revenues directly in the locality so that they could finance local administration without having to have money go all the way back and then make its way all the way back. In the test provinces in central China, where these policies were explored, they worked very well. And he was very pleased with them in the 1720s. But when he tried to apply them on an empire-wide basis, he ran into a lot of resistance. The reason for this was basically that the provinces where he had experimented with these reforms in central China were neither the richest nor the poorest part of China, a sort of cross-section or a real range of economic and social life. When he attempted to employ these policies in the wealthier areas, particularly along the coast, he ran into a lot of resistance, again, from local and from local officials who really wanted to have the informal control over revenue flow rather than more direct control from the central government. And this is reminiscent of things that we've seen earlier on: resistance to John Trujillo's reforms, the resistance to Wang reforms back in the northern Song dynasty. It's a sort of classic pattern of conflict of interest within Chinese fiscal administration and within Chinese political culture in general. The Yongjang Emperor eventually becomes frustrated with his efforts to reform the financial system, and he abandons in the early 1730s his efforts to impose this new regime and sort of acquiesces in the informal charges that are being imposed in local context. So it's a frustrating story for him. He's obviously a very well-intentioned emperor, and he sets out to make these reforms, and he has some initial success, but is ultimately thwarted by the power of the local elites, the power of the literati in their capacity as both local officials and private interests. Other aspects of administration were more effectively formed under the Yongjang. In particular, he begins a process which comes to fully development under his successor in the form of what comes to be called the Grand Council. In the Ming Dynasty, we talked about the functioning of the Grand Secretariat. Later in the late 90s, the Grand Secretariat emerges as sort of the principal center of political activity, policy debate, and policy formulation in the main government. The Grand Secretariat continues to exist in the Qing dynasty, but it comes to be supplanted in its central political function by what we call the Grand Council, which was perhaps an even more informal body than the Grand Secretariat itself. As it begins under Yokjong and as it develops under his successor, the Grand Council is almost entirely a deliberative and consultative body. It doesn't have so much of administrative paperwork functions that the Grand Secretariat did. Those indeed remain lodged in the Grand Secretariat. And the Grand Council becomes more purely a policy debation form. It is not a fixed membership. Individuals are appointed to serve on the Grand Council. They serve at the pleasure of the Emperor. Its size varies, sometimes as few as 3, sometimes as many as 8 or 9 members, but it becomes the most critical decision-making entity within the Chinese administration. And this has begun under Zheng. Zheng also was very concerned about the well-being of his subjects. He undertook some reforms to regularize and normalize the status of certain social groups who were considered sort of outcasts or pariah groups. A number of these kinds of efforts to moderate the conditions of difficulty in certain elements of Chinese society. Yongjong, as I said, is not on the throne for a real reign of 13 years. When he dies in 1735, he's succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Qianlong Emperor. Qianlong reigns from 1735 until 1795. Actually lives until 1799. He abdicates in 1795 in order that he will not serve on the throne longer than his grandfather, Han Shi had. Han Shi reigned for 60 years. Qianlong reigns for 60 years. The reign of Qianlong is viewed by many historians, Chinese and Western, as sort of the high tide of the Qing dynasty. These 60 years were a period where achievements of the early Qing, many of them come to fuller fruit, and Qianlong completes a number of the tasks, a number of the projects that his predecessor had got underway. He managed the government, he oversaw the economy in very pragmatic ways, very hands-on administrative, paying close attention to the details of many aspects of what was going on in the empire. He oversaw military affairs. He was very concerned with the tax system. He was eager to appoint and give power to competent officials, but he always made sure that he knew what they were doing, not necessarily to micromanage them, but simply to keep himself as well informed as possible about the workings of government administration. Under the Qianlong Emperor, population continued to grow in China, reaching almost 400 million by the end of the 18th century. And China attained perhaps its greatest prosperity, certainly prior to the present day. It was a country, it was the richest country in the world, a country with products, tea, silk, lacquerware, ceramics, other kinds of manufactured goods, flow all around the planet in a global market, which China came to form a very powerful component of. Some 25% of global economic production originated in China, and many of the goods that traveled or by land or by sea for foreigners. So the empire over which China presided was of peace and prosperity in terms of China itself. Nonetheless, it was not a time when there was peace everywhere, and For Chenlo in particular, there were military campaigns that he was very interested in pursuing. He was able to complete, through these military campaigns, and through diplomatic initiatives as well, the process of bringing all Mongol from the empire, Western Mongols, sometimes called the Dzungar, finally, by the 1770s or so, submit to the authority of the Qing. They returned to Chinese territory, or Qing territory, in the far west, and they pay their respects, they pay their sort of feudal duties to the Chenlo, and he received them in special ceremonial sites built to specifically perform these functions. Chenlo pursues a policy, a very careful policy, in dealing with defeated rivals of paying them great honor, great respect. He gave them official titles. He often bestowed great wealth on them. He was interested in expanding his empire. He was interested in establishing his control and domination. He was not interested in destroying and humiliating his enemies. He wanted to bring them into the empire, and then once he had them in the empire, he wanted them to be successful, prosperous participants in this great, all-encompassing sort of vision that the Manchus had. He the relationship between the Empire and Tibet. Tibet had been closely linked to the Mongols, and through that link to the Mongols was incorporated into the Manchu Empire when it was first established in the 17th century. The Manchus had been deeply involved in the internal politics within Tibet, conflicts between different factions within the religious leadership in Tibet was resolved under pressure from and perhaps with the assistance of the Manchus. And the Chenlo Emperor continues those policies of intervention and maintaining a strong Chinese presence in Tibet all through his reign. Under the Chenlo Emperor, the borders of the empire reach the great extent. Everything that is today part of China and much more is today the Republic of Mongolia, the maritime provinces of Russia, and certain territories in Central Asia that are now not part of China, were part of China under Chenlo. He really takes the empire to its greatest extent. By the end of his reign, by the middle of 1790, new challenges begin to emerge, many of which are a result of the long period of success that the dynasty has had. The growth of China's population had begun to push up against the ecological limits of Chinese territory. The amount of land that was available to sustain the population could be expanded, and the intensity of its exploitation had limits that were based upon the very surplus of labor that was available for farming. Standard of living tended to stagnate in the part of the 18th century. The economy, which had grown so much, seems to have simply plateaued, seems to reach a point beyond which, given the existing technologies and patterns of manufacturing production, it couldn't continue to at the same time, new pressures began to be placed on China from the outside world. In particular, the rise of a very aggressive and expansive system of state-sponsored capitalism in the West began to move towards a conflict between the Atlantic-centered world and East Asia. We'll look at the background to that and bring the story up to the threshold of European-Chinese interaction in the next lecture. At the end of the 18th century, both China and the West were poised at the edge of a new era in world history. In China, the Qing Empire had been around for more than 150 years, had achieved great success, expanded its territory, population had grown, its economy had flourished, culture was vibrant and dynamic, and yet it carried within itself the seeds of very serious problems, having to do with the pressures of population on the ability of the land and economy to sustain it, having to do with the ability of the governmental machinery to deal with new changing circumstances and challenges that would arise. For the West, the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century is a period where trends and developments that have been taking place, again, both at the economic realm and cultural and global level, were about to usher in a new age of expansion, of projection power, both in terms of trade and commerce, and in terms of military and political domination. What I want to do in this lecture is to step back from the immediate narrative that we've been following and look over a long view of the relationship between Europe and East Asia, China in particular, and how that developed, how it evolved, and what particular circumstances are that bring us up to this great threshold at the end of the 18th century. East Asia and the Mediterranean people, a good way to think about Europe to begin with. We've got a long history of trade contact. We know that overland exchanges and maritime trade goes back at least to the time of the Roman Empire in the West, and probably long before that as well. But certainly by the time of Rome, Western products showing up in China, and Chinese products showing up in the Mediterranean. Roman glassware, in particular, has been found in tubes dating from the Han period in China. Chinese silk was traded in the markets of Rome, found in the graves, particularly of the wives and Roman senators. Chinese records, the historical documents of the Han and other early times, mention representatives from a place called Rum arriving at China, great imperial capital. These may not have been representatives of the Roman government, but were more likely traders, and perhaps were even intermediaries who simply bringing Roman products, Roman commodities to China. But nonetheless, it indicates that the Chinese were aware of the existence of the Mediterranean world, aware of other great states, other great empires located far away, but nonetheless, with whom they were in these long-term exchange relations. During the age of Islamic expansion, down to the 7th century, the linkages that had been established between the West and the East Asians were certainly disrupted. Christian Europe was isolated, was cut off from much of the rest of the Eurasian landmass by the movement of Islamic armies out of the Arabian Peninsula into the Middle East, into Persia, across North Africa. This resulted not in a complete rupture of trade, but certainly in breaks in other kinds of communication. Commodities, goods, material things continued to travel, but knowledge, information seems not to have been carried along to quite the extent, perhaps, that it had been earlier. Goods from East Asia, particularly China, were still traded overland along what we call the Silk Road through Central Asia, down through Persia, and Eastern Mediterranean, and maritime networks stretching from the Pacific through Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, continued to certainly function quite dynamically. from the Persian Gulf, from the sea, began to go from the Middle East across the Indian Ocean around Southeast Asia and began to arrive in increasing numbers on the South China coast in the 7th century, bringing with them their religion, teachings of Islam. And indeed, a mosque was founded in Guangzhou, the great southern trading port, sometimes known as Canton, around 670, not long after the great Islamic expansion. In Tainan, now known as Xi'an, a great mosque also was established to serve community Arab traders coming overland across the Central Asian coast, also in the 7th century. These outposts of Islam, termini or maritime and overland trading, continued. It was perhaps in somewhat different hands. The Arab traders now came to control and participate in commercial exchanges, both overland and sea, bringing goods and various types from China, from South Asia, all the way to the frontier with Christendom at the end of the Mediterranean, eastern end of the Mediterranean. From there, these goods then crossed over into the hands of Phoenicians, dominated the trade of the eastern Mediterranean in terms of bringing goods from the markets of Damascus or Alexandria, Aleppo, into the Western economy. As we noted earlier, during the age of the Mongol conquest, when Mongol armies spread out from Central Asia and extended their power over Persia and more the Middle East, Russia, China, Central Asia, all under the control of the Mongol people. This created conditions which allowed travelers to cross the Eurasian lands in greater security than previously been possible, particularly during the age of disruption and the tensions and frictions between Islam and Christianity in the West. Representatives of the church, particularly the Catholic Church, made their way across the trade routes, brought back accounts to the accounts of China, and traders like the Polo we've talked about earlier, about the Polo, father and uncle, made journeys across from the Mediterranean to China, to East Asia, not in great numbers, at least in sufficient numbers, so that their economic impact was noticeable, and some individuals, like left written records of these journeys and these cultural encounters. So the Mongol Age was one in which communication resumed to a somewhat great while continued. There were even, of course, great hopes during the Mongol period for some sort of Christian-Mongol alliance against Islam. This President John, this first Christian ruler of a kingdom in Central Asia, fueled a lot of interest in Western Europe in what was going on with the Mongols, what was going on at the other end of their empire. This didn't prove to be particularly substantive. The alliance between Mongols and Christians against Muslims, but they were very materialized in history, went on its way, and without this connection with relatives. Nonetheless, the information that began to arrive about, particularly through narratives such as that of Marco Polo, sparked new interest in the wealth and power that was out there, far as a lure to adventurers and profit seekers around the Mediterranean and Western Europe. By the 15th century, although the age of Mongol domination had passed away, missionaries had a better sense of what was going on in East Asia. But they wanted to find ways to learn more and to get better access. The Portuguese, in particular, come to play a very significant role in this process. Now, the Portuguese, of course, are positioned at far west of Europe. They're outside the Mediterranean, basically not on the Atlantic. They were not in a position to be particularly competitive with the Venetians. The Venetians controlled much of the trade in spices that came in from Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, up the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, and then into the Mediterranean zone, where the Venetians profited from these. But for a variety of reasons, the Portuguese decided that they would like to perhaps make an end run around the dominance of in this trade and seek more direct access to sources of wealth in the Far East without dealing with the problem was that they had to deal with Africa. Africa, they didn't really know how big it was. They didn't know how to get around it. They didn't know it was possible to get around it. So it began in the 15th century, a very systematic process of exploration going down the African coast, charting the coast, charting the waters as they went, and then returning with a report on what they had to do to add more information to a growing sort of database, and then to launch new efforts that would go a bit further and get a bit more knowledge, bring that back. It was in the mid-century, and they finally made their way around great western extension of Africa and found that they could head east, but of course, they then ran into the southern extension of Africa, and that led to further decades of exploration. Finally, in the 1490s, they made it around the southern Cape of Africa and the Indian Ocean. And by the mid-90s, they get to the west coast of India. That results in the Portuguese having now direct access to the trading system of Asia, the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, beyond. What they found, however, was that they could not simply arrive on the scene and take over. They weren't strong enough, they weren't powerful enough to assert dominance over the existing trading system. In 1511, they attacked and seized the port of Malacca, down on the Malay Peninsula, key trading centers in Southeast Asia. They hoped that this perhaps would put them into a dominant position. Again, they found that even control of this very crucial archipelago was not sufficient to give them the kind of control they hoped for. They seem to have thought, in perhaps a somewhat arrogant way, that simply arriving on the scene would be sufficient for them to assert the superiority of themselves, of the West, of Christian civilization over the Asians, but that proved not to be the case. Instead, what they realized eventually, certainly as we move on into the 16th century, was that there was tremendous wealth to be made, not by taking over and dominating the spice trade from Southeast Asia all the way back to Europe, but by participating in the local trading networks of the Indian Ocean, of Southeast Asia, and of East Asia, what comes to be called country trade. And within these local trading networks, they began to carry cargo, to establish a presence in ports all over the region, and to do most of their economic activity within the local context, going back to Europe only occasionally, and even then making most of their money not from the transportation of goods over these very good distances, but from the shorter trading excursions that they make within Asia. The Spanish followed suit. The Dutch and the English, beginning around 1600, also established trading companies to manage their affairs in Asia and became part of the same process, not establishing dominance, but becoming participants in a trading network, trading system, which was so expensive and so lucrative, so wealthy, that there was enough for all of popular roles. Through the 17th and into the 18th centuries, Europeans established a place for themselves within existing Asian trading networks. But they remained merely one group out of many participants in this larger system. Rivalries between European powers further weakened their positions in Asia. The Spanish and Portuguese, English and the Dutch, the Northern Europeans versus the Southern Europeans, Protestant versus the Catholic, a variety of divisions and rivalries served to undermine whatever coherence they might have had. There was not a single European presence, but rather each of them acted on their own and in conflict with one another. So that perhaps further achieving a kind of trade domination. The Dutch eventually came to focus their economic activity on the islands of Southeast Asia, what is today the country of Indonesia, and in Japan. Dutch were able, indeed, when Japan sought to close itself off to restrict trade with outsiders, trade with foreigners. The Dutch managed to be the only foreigner, the only Western, allowed to trade regularly twice and ships to Nagasaki, but all other traders were banned from Japan. The Spanish, of course, established their position in the Philippines, and after 1571, when they took over Manila, that became a very lucrative center of trade for them. We talked already about Manila as the western terminus of what are called the Manila galleons, great ships that sailed from Acapulco to Mexico, across the Pacific, bringing silver from the Spanish mines in Mexico and Latin America, and Chinese traders who came from the southeast China coast over to Manila, absorbed much of the silver and imported it back to China to pay all commodities and various goods that were sold to the Spanish. The Spanish would then transport these things back across the Pacific to Mexico. Some of them stayed there, some of them made their way across the Atlantic back to Europe. The Portuguese, who had been the first to seek out a presence in Southeast Asia, maintained some role there. They had trading positions on the west coast of India, and of course, in the 1530s, established a small enclave at Macau on the south coast of China, which remained in Portuguese hands until 1999. But they devoted much of their attention to Africa and to Brazil, and so did not become as significant a factor in the European presence in East Asia as they might have. While the Dutch and the Spanish and Portuguese were interested in their various particular localities, the British, of course, became very much involved in India. All of them continued to China as the greatest prize of all, but one which it was very difficult for them to gain access to. They started this potential market, a place where they could sell goods with a vast number of potential consumers, and of course, more realistic, perhaps they saw it as the source of high quality manufactured goods. These were what were in great demand back in Europe and other places, like the ceramics, tea, the lacquerware, kinds of silks, textiles that were higher in quality, better in price than what was available in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, we get back to our threshold. China, some of the problems that emerged there towards the end of the reign of Qianlong. But in Europe, in the West, things were also moving through a period of great change. And there are two principal areas that I want to look at with regard to this. First, should be familiar to most of us already, is the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which takes place certainly first and foremost, creates new conditions for the production of goods. The conditions that led to the Industrial Revolution, the technological circumstances, the economic factors, the nature of commodity production, the kind of market economy that the Industrial Revolution grows out of. Many of these factors will also the Jiangnan area, very well commercialized part of China. To a certain extent, also in parts of India, particularly in the Bengal region, where rather similar economic developments have been taking place. Nonetheless, it is in England that we see the Industrial Revolution action. A lot of debate about this, a lot of discussion about how this came to pass. Certainly, part of it was the proximity that British early industrial manufacturers had to sources of energy, coal, the existence of easily accessible coal reserves in close geographic proximity to centers of industrial activity, meant that factories could grow and function more economically than places where coal supplies and textile production, for example, were separated by long distances, which was certainly the case in China. The English also were very good at appropriating technologies, at seeing how an existing technology functioning on the basis of human labor power could be adapted to the use of steam power, of energy produced using coal. And in particular, they were able to adapt to the textile weaving technology that they found in Bengal to establish a greater presence in India. And by combining some of these large-scale loom technologies from India with steam power produced in England, we're able to dramatically transform textile production and launch really sort of cutting-edge industry of the Industrial Revolution. Well, the material aspect of the Industrial Revolution is one dimension. The expansion of the capacity to produce goods, reduction in the costs of production and mechanization and large-scale manufacture yielded changes in the technology, not just of producing goods, but of distributing. Changes in transportation technology, the building of railroads in the 19th century, different kinds of power, technological innovations in shipbuilding and in the power industry, leading to faster transport in maritime communication, other kinds of technological innovations associated with the Industrial Revolution, some of which didn't really get put in place until later on in the 19th century. But all as a package, this material dimension of the Industrial Revolution creates a whole new platform for the production of wealth and the dissemination of those products into a global market. It changes the role that Europe had within the larger global system from one essentially consuming manufactured goods produced elsewhere to producing cheap manufactured goods which they then needed to market. In conjunction with this material dimension, though, and certainly playing a very, very powerful role in this open process, is the rise of the ideology in the West. And this is the ideas we associate perhaps most classically with the work of Adam Smith. It was in 1776 that he published his book, The Wealth of Nations. And in that, Smith argues that governments should basically trade from intervention in the economy as much as possible and allow markets to function freely. This was quite a transformation, quite a change. The dominant mode of economic activity, if you will, certainly in terms of large-scale international, had been what's called mercantilism. Mercantilism was essentially state-sponsored capitalism. If we look particularly at the question of the relationship between Europe and Asia, we can see a couple of classic mercantilist enterprises in the Dutch and English East India companies. These were royally chartered companies formed within just a couple of years of each other, around 1600 to 1603. And they had managed the trade between either Holland or and the Far East. The English East India Company had come to concentrate its activities more and more in India, while the Dutch East India Company had concentrated its activities more and more in the islands of Southeast Asia. But they were very comfortable in terms of their sort of organization, their animating principle. Rabbi Smith, this was not the way to go. This was not the most effective way to promote trade and commerce. Now, of course, writing in 1776, industrial revolution was barely getting underway. He was not really talking about the kind of industrial capitalist enterprise which becomes characteristic of the 19th century. And yet, years of free trade, which Smith really become most effective when they are placed in conjunction with the growth in the material capacity production that the Industrial Revolution brings about. And so, at the beginning of the 19th century, what we find in the West, and most particularly in England, is a very potent combination of a developing industrial economy capable of producing goods in large quantities at relatively low prices, needing access both to raw material and to markets for those manufactured goods, and possessing in conjunction with that capacity free trade, which argues that markets everywhere should be open, and that the British, as international traders, should be able to go where they wish and deal with whoever they wish on terms basically of equality and open access. It's a very, very powerful ideology that challenges the existing dominance of the great trading companies and suggests that if the state is involved at all, it should be involved solely to the degree of creating those conditions which allow private economic interests to maximize themselves. Well, the British were trading with China already, but they wanted to trade more. They wanted to trade more with everyone. At the end of the 18th century, and as they moved at the beginning of the 19th century, they were looking for a way to break in, if you will, to the Chinese market. They had been buying from China for a long time. This was a basic economic relationship between China and the West for centuries, that the Chinese had things, the Westerners came and bought them. They bought them using silver. Silver flowed into China steadily over the centuries from the 16th century down to the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century. The British needed some way to change that, to break that established pattern, overcome that existing relationship. At the beginning of the 19th century, they found a way to do so. And we'll see how that story unfolds in the next lecture. We come now really to the great turning point in modern Chinese history, in some ways in world history, that the beginning of the 19th century represents. From this point until really very recent times, the story of Chinese history that we've been following goes on for a rather negative decline, negative trajectory. Problems arise, have been building up both within China, coming to China from outside. And it is at the beginning of the 19th century that we really begin to see these manifest themselves in much more serious ways. The end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor in the mid-1790s it is a good mark. It's a convenient historically sort of line of demarcation where we can see that the very successes that the dynasty had achieved have begun to bear negative fruits. Population growth, which was, of course, a sign of the prosperity and stability and the peace of the Qing Empire, which had been quite rapid, brought up to about 50 million people by the beginning of the 19th century, has started to push against available resources. The food supply, the land available for cultivation, simply reaches a point that it can't yield much more, given the existing technologies and forms of cultivation and organization. The elites, whether they were the traditional elite of merchants, literati, or the new elites of merchants, were very conservative, very concerned with protecting their wealth and interests. We've seen, particularly for the literati, how repeatedly in the late imperial era of China, they had resisted efforts by the states to rationalize fiscal administration, to extract greater revenues from private sources. At the beginning of the 19th century, the strength of the literati elite remained very, very powerful. And with the passing of the Qianlong Emperor, we get a succession of emperors. We move into a period where, although there are still good emperors, they're not as powerful, they're not as charismatic, they're not as dynamic as Kangxi and Qianlong in particular have been. Frustration, resentments amongst the populace begin to manifest themselves in the form of rebellions. It has been a long time, over a century, since there have been large-scale insurrections, popular movements directed against the Qing. But beginning in the 18th century and accelerating at the beginning of the 19th century, new forms of mystical movements amongst the peasantry, new forms of popular insurrection begin to break out, targeting both private interests, local landlords, local wealthy families, and the representatives of the state, the local officials. As we've noted, the international context was also shifting. Trade becomes the great question. We talked in the last lecture about the Industrial Revolution, about the rise of the doctrines of free trade, particularly flowing from thought of Adam Smith, and both the increased economic capacity of the West and the changing technology of trade begins to come into conflict with the established relationship between China and the West, in particular China and England, at this turning point of the 18th to 19th century. About the middle of the 18th century, China had regulated its trade with the Western countries through what's called the Canton system, the Canton, sometimes called the Cohort system. This, under that system, trade only could take place in one location, in one port, it's Canton or Guangzhou in China. In the far south, as far away from the imperial capital as reasonably and that trade had to be conducted through middlemen, through agents, Chinese agents who were licensed by the state and who served as brokers between Western businessmen and Chinese businessmen. And these individuals were known as Hong merchants. Now, this trade did function. It was quite a lively trade. But it was essentially a trade in which, as had been the pattern for centuries before this, the Western merchants brought silver to China. And with that silver, they then bought Chinese commodities, tea, silk, ceramics, lacquerware, other kinds of manufactured goods, which were in great demand in the West. This regulated system, this controlled system of trade was quite satisfactory for the Chinese. They were certainly making money, and they had good outlets for their manufactured goods. It was in some ways satisfactory to Western countries because they were certainly acquiring goods which could be sold profitably in the West. But there was a sense that there was still great untapped potential. There was still a tremendous amount of wealth to be had in dealing with China, if only a way could be found to sell the Chinese something which the Westerners had, which the Chinese wanted, and which the Chinese themselves wanted to pay for, to pay perhaps not just in trade goods, but in silver, to reverse the flow of silver into China and start to balance out between the Europeans and the Chinese. In 1792, and again in 1816, sort of before and after the Napoleonic Wars, the great age of disruption in European affairs, the British sent diplomatic missions to China to try to open trade relations or to try to establish what the British thought of as normal diplomatic intercourse and commercial relations between England and the Chinese government. In both instances, these missions were received very politely, but were told essentially that the Chinese were simply not interested. There's a very famous letter that the General Emperor writes and sends to King George III, in which he thanks the British king for his interest. It says, we have everything that we need within our empire. We need for the shoddy that you can offer us. We welcome you to come and trade with us, but with us in our terms and in our way. Well, this was considered really unacceptable by the British, who were increasingly fueled by the passion ideology of free trade, and saw the Chinese as being not simply reluctant to enter into a proper trading relationship, but completely anachronistic. Indeed, essentially began to see the Chinese as barbarians for their refusal to recognize the desirability and the legitimacy of an international trade regime based upon the ideas of Adam Smith. The key to all this remain the question of what will the British have that the Chinese might want to buy. And after about 1816, after the Napoleonic Wars were over and the British are able to sort of devote their attention to all this seriously again, they finally come up with the key that unlocks the door to the wealth of China. And that key proves to be opium. Opium was a substance that was already familiar to the Chinese. It was produced in relatively small quantities in the far southwest of China. It was known as a medicine, a substance that could be used for certain particular utilitarian purposes for a very long time. Its non-utilitarian purposes, its non-medicinal purposes, had also been known and recognized in China for a long time. And indeed, one of the things that the Zhou Emperor had done back in 1730 as part of his social legislation was to impose regulations on opium, to restrict its use, to outlaw as a recreation So the Chinese were aware of opium, aware of some of the problems that perhaps with it. What the British found was that as they came into possession of increasing territories in India, particularly in northeast India, Bengal, that they found the environment there, the farming conditions there, particularly suitable for the cultivation of opium. Opium was already grown there. What the British did was to first go about undermining the existing cotton industry. They part of this because they didn't want competition with their expanding cotton industry in textile industry in England, but also because they would convert the land which was being used for cotton production to opium production. And so this was done very aggressively, very assertively by the British authorities. And this resulted then in them having access to a large and growing supply of opium. They then discovered, first in Southeast Asia, and then much more extensively in China, that they could market opium, particularly to the poorest strata of society, although people on all levels of Chinese society came to consume opium. And they discovered that indeed in South China there was a tremendous amount of potential demand for this commodity. They began to ship opium in ever increasing volume from Bengal, from eastern India, around through Southeast Asia, up to the port at Canton, where it was offloaded and entered into the domestic economy of China. Between 1816 to 1830, the volume of opium shipped from India to China increased significantly every year. Well, the impact of this trade in China was dramatic. Millions of Chinese became addicted to opium. It became a tremendous social problem. People were not productive. People had the same kinds of concerns with crime, antisocial behavior that we associate with certain drug problems in contemporary society begin to manifest themselves in southern China in the context of the growing opium trade. On an economic level, the British were demanding payment for opium in silver. And this had the effect, quite rapidly, of reversing the flow of silver. Silver had been flowing into China. China had run a positive trade balance in terms of silver in the Western countries for centuries. And the decades from the mid-18 teens to mid-1830s, that completely reverses, and silver begins to flow out of China at a very rapid rate, so much so that it leads to economic disruptions throughout the empire, causes all sorts of adverse ripple effects within the domestic economy. This, of course, comes to the attention of the government quite profoundly. By the 1830s, there were shortages of capital investment. Prices were subject to dramatic fluctuation as the money supply was destabilized by the outflow of silver. And these kinds of economic effects, in addition to the adverse impact on social life that opium was having, began to be taken quite seriously by the Chinese. But the Qing state, however, was having problems dealing with these kinds of challenges. The government had become increasingly unresponsive. Conflicts, policy debates within the Qing leadership had bogged down. Efforts to deal creatively with problems were particularly frustrating because the bureaucratic mentality of always doing things the way they've always been done was quite strong. And so to try to propose new solutions, to try to find ways to address problems that weren't based on well-established precedent, this was very difficult. Revenues would decline the outflow of silver and its adverse effects on the economy, and the taxes were not being collected as extensively, and the capacity of the government to maintain its normal functions, to simply do things like maintain the infrastructure of the Grand Canal, which tends to silt up and needs to be dredged and maintained in various ways. Well, money for these kinds of activities began to become hard to come by, and this resulted in further problems. And of course, each of these problems, as it develops, only aggravates the existing ones, and the situation tends to go from bad to worse. Well, the Chinese realized that the opium trade was, in many ways, at the heart of their problems. It was a serious concern in terms of its social impact, and it was a serious concern in terms of its economic impact. And so the emperor began to seek ways in which to address this problem, seek ways to control trade, or to limit. Opium was, after all, illegal as a recreational drug in China. It was, of course, not widely available in that sense in the West either. The West was aware of the adverse effects. The British were very aware of the adverse effects of opium. The Qing government repeatedly protested to the British authorities, to British traders, to the representatives of the British merchants about the evils of opium and its adverse effects on Chinese society and economic life. And the emperor then called for a debate amongst his officials about how best to deal with this problem. Many expressed their opinions. There was a very lively policy discourse around this. One individual in particular caught the emperor's attention. A man named Lin Zexu was an experienced official. He had served in Central Asia and the security problems of the Qing faced with the Muslim populations in Central Asia. And he had distinguished himself as an official who was able to be flexible and creative in dealing with problems. And he was concerned not merely with the formalities of the government, but with addressing the needs of the subject, addressing the needs of the people. Lin Zexu submitted a proposal, memorial to the emperor, in which he suggested basically a two-track approach to the opium problem. On the one hand, he had a rather compassionate program towards individuals who had become addicted to opium. He advocated rehabilitation programs, in essence, sort of job training programs, things that sound very familiar to modern day social reformers, to address the bad effects that opium addiction was having on people, to help them to shake their addiction, to give them ways to achieve more functional, more meaningful lives, basically to address the demand for opium for these programs. At the same time, the other aspect of this program was one of strict prohibition of imports and sales. This was, after all, already the existing law. He simply advocated that it be enforced quite stringently. He felt that a combination of attacking the supply of opium by going after those who were importing and selling, and undermining the demand for opium by providing these various social and rehabilitation programs for addicts, that these two approaches would, in combination, serve to eliminate this problem. The emperor was very impressed with Lin Zexu's memorial, and it was debated and discussed at court. And eventually, in 1838, Lin Zexu was named to the commission in charge of eradicating the opium trade in Canton. He travels south from the capital to Canton And in 1839, is finally ready to launch a serious campaign directed at stopping the flow of opium to China. He takes a very direct approach to this. In time, the foreign traders had warehouses, what were called factories, and sometimes they were called godowns, places where their goods were brought ashore and stored before they were shipped off to various destinations in the interior. Well, there's a Jew in the spread ordered that opium, which was held in his warehouse, be confiscated. And a large quantity of opium was accordingly seized. And we had a large trench dug in the ground, and the opium was poured into this trench, dumped into the trench. Lime was then spread over it, and the whole concoction was burned. Like the lime was to, in some way, makes the burning of some more effective dangerous. When the Chinese destroyed these opium supplies, the British merchants, of course, were quite upset, and they demanded that something be done. The British military representatives at that time assured the merchants that they would be compensated by the crown, by the British crown. But Lin Zexu proved intent on keeping the trade under control, keeping the trade shut down. So the British, who thought that perhaps this was just a sort of one-off demonstration, and that's a more pragmatic solution to allow them to continue to trade, but were quite upset when it turned out that Zexu had no intention of allowing the trade to resume. After a second round of destroying opium and compensation coming, the British decided that they had to take action. The British debated this. There was quite a debate in Parliament over what to do about China. It is a debate which is framed not in terms of the opium trade, but on the more lofty principles of free trade in general. British did not wish to present themselves, of course, as a drug cartel, which is essentially what they were, and instead argued on the basis of economic doctrine. And so, when war is declared, and when the British fleet is sent out to attack China, done not on the basis of moral state for drug dealers, but on the basis of political doctrines of trade. Well, British military superiority was unquestioned. The British fleet, British armaments, realized the British military, which had technologically been upgraded very, very slowly by transformations of economic life in the West since the end of the 19th century. The British were able to inflict humiliating defeats upon the Chinese, and did so repeatedly. The war begins in 1839. It goes on until 1842. There are a series of periods of great activity. The British naval forces sail into various ports along the South China coast and shell the cities, terrorizing the local population. When they come far enough north, they begin to look like they might approach the imperial capital region. The Chinese enter into negotiations. But those negotiations go on over a very long time. The British launch a second phase of military activity, which brings them very close to the capital of the north. And this finally helps the Chinese side to reach a settlement. That settlement takes the form in 1842 of what's called the Treaty of Nanjing, signed between the British and the Chinese government, the Qing government. It did a number of things. It opened a series of ports along the South China coast to British British traders and allowed them to establish commercial residences in those ports. These come to be known as the treaty ports, of course, based on the Treaty of Non-Treaty. And they could trade freely without using the Cohong broker. It ceded the island of Hong Kong, which had been occupied by the British and used as a base. It ceded that to Britain for 100 years. Eventually, of course, Britain expanded and the territory adjacent on the mainland is added to that, and that all these already until 1957. The Treaty of Nanjing also established a very important principle, which is called the principle of extraterritoriality. And the principle of extraterritoriality basically says that while British citizens are in China, they will be subject not to the laws of China, but to the laws of Britain. In other words, if they commit a crime in China, they will not be arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese authorities, but will be dealt with by the British. This was in response to a number of instances in which British sailors who had been ashore in Canton had been involved in violent incidents of one type or another and had been arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese, treated in ways which the British felt were inappropriate for subjects of the crown. And so to protect foreigners in China, particularly the British themselves, they imposed the elements of extraterritoriality in the Treaty of Nanjing. Well, the Treaty of Nanjing is signed in 1842 in rapid succession over the ensuing 2 or 3 years. The other Western powers also signed treaties with China. The United States signs its first treaty in 1844. The French, the Dutch, the Russians all get in on the action fairly quickly. These treaties, each one adds a little more to the concessions which are being extracted from the Chinese. More ports are largely open. A very important feature of these treaties is that they include what's called the no most favored nation clause, which says that any concession which is granted to one power in a treaty automatically extends to all the powers which have treaties with China. So this shares the benefits of imperialism amongst the foreign powers. Foreign missionaries were given legal protection to operate in China, to go into the interior on their proselytizing work. These provisions, the various aspects of the Treaty of Nanjing, are quite humiliating for the Chinese. China had, of course, always thought of itself in some ways as the center of the known world. The very name that is used for China in many instances of Zhongguo means the little kingdom, the central kingdom. The traditional system of international relations in East Asia was one which was very focused on China as the center. When the Chinese dealt with the Westerners prior to the war, they dealt with them as people who came almost from outside the realm of civilization. Now, to be defeated militarily, to be forced to sign treaties which opened up Chinese territory to resident foreigners, which took away from the Chinese the ability to regulate trade. This was a tremendous blow to the sensibilities of the Qing government and of the Chinese people in general. The opening of the treaty ports, psychological had significant economic impacts. Of course, the extension of the opium trade further exacerbated the problems associated with that. But even where there were, in some ways, positive impacts economically, where trade expanded, where the ports grew in their own context, the dislocations that this caused in other parts of the Chinese economy sometimes were quite severe. They sometimes led to rather than just pay the principles, we'll explore a particular instance of that that gives rise to a great rebellion, I think, in the next lecture. China's defeat by Britain in the Opium War and the opening of China to greater European influence, greater Western influences with the Treaty of Nanjing and the other treaties that other Western powers signed in the ensuing years, created new circumstances that put a lot of stress on the social life of southern China. Some of this, of course, came from the effects of the opium trade, the spread of addiction, but others were related to more fundamentally economic causes. The opening of the treaty ports, for example, resulted in the reorientation of traditional trade routes. People who had been involved in the creation of goods in China's interior were in some instances thrown out of work, as ports along the coast assumed a greater role in trade, and interior markets were accordingly neglected. There were a variety of other effects that began to be felt in, particularly in southern China, in the wake of these new circumstances. There were, of course, already plenty of problems within Chinese society, as we talked about, stepping out of some of the weaknesses in the system, overpopulation, some further economic expansion, stemming out of the population growth from the 17th and 18th century. Southern China, by the middle of the 19th century, was a place that was, I think, ready for catastrophic events, and they came along quite appropriately. The particular circumstances of South China, because of its geography, because of the way we talked about several times that its hillier population tends to be not spread so smoothly around the region, but concentrated in lowlands and the valleys and coastal plain areas. There were areas of southern China, particularly rural parts of Guangdong province, southern parts of Yunnan province. There were local ethnic groups, local populations that had very distinctive cultural traditions. And one of these, not one of the formerly indigenous people, the people who had been displaced by Chinese migration and had moved up into the highlands, but actually people who had migrated from northern China themselves, Chinese, but who were seen by their neighbors as different people who are known as the Hakka, or in the family. These were families, northern Chinese families, who had moved to the south. Later on, after the initial wave of Chinese migrants south, and they therefore brought with them a culture, a little different from that which was in society. And they retained that distinctive quality. They retained that distinctive sort of identity even today. Well, the Hakka people, because they were kind of marginal, somewhat outsiders in the larger context of South Korean society, tended to really take care of each other, tended to be very self-reliant. But they were affected particularly strongly by some of the consequences of the opening of the treaty ports and of the internal problems that Chinese society was facing early in the 19th century. And this made them perhaps receptive to new ideas, more receptive to unusual ideas which were not part of the traditional cultural scene in China. An individual appears in South China who presents a really interesting story we're going to look at here. And I have to sort of put it into a special context because it's unlike anything we've really dealt with thus far. This is a man whose name is Feng Shou-Chuan. Feng Shou-Chuan was himself a Hakka, so he starts off and says something of a special and sort of special situation. He was from a family that was not particularly wealthy, but was well enough off that they had been able to allow him to be educated and prepared to take the examinations. And his ambition, his hope was that through success in the examinations, he would be able to lift his family fortunes. So there was a lot invested in him, a lot invested in his education, a lot of material investment, and a lot of psychological investment in this idea that he was going to, in some ways, be the salvation of his family. He repeatedly took the entry-level examinations to get a start in the examination system. And each time he sat for the examinations, he failed. He was never successful in passing even the entry-level examinations. Now, to take these examinations, he would go into the large city of Guangzhou, or Canton as we know it. And when he would be in the city, of course, it was a very lively and dynamic city. It was an important city. It was a city where there was a strong Western presence, even before the European War, as the whole point of the trade with foreigners. And it was a city where he encountered people and ideas that were very different, very unfamiliar, very alien. Among the unusual people that he may have encountered in Guangzhou were Christian missionaries. And we know that, in fact, during one of his visits to take the exam, he was given a set of greetings, missionary tracts, which he didn't apparently pay a lot of attention to immediately, but took home with him, read them, didn't really understand what all this was about, and sort of set them aside. A few years later, during another effort to pass the exams, another unsuccessful effort to pass the exams, he basically exhausted himself. He had studied so hard, worked so hard, and then the stress of the exams was so difficult, and the psychological blow of recognizing failure seems to have caused him to have a kind of break in his bed. He spent weeks basically just trying to shut the world out. During that time, he had dreams or visions in which an old gentleman with a long white beard, a younger man with dark beard, appeared to him and talked with him. When he recovered from his breakdown, when he was back on his feet, he was looking on his vision, and he took down these Christian tracts, which he had been given years before. He read through them, and he had a sudden revelation, which was that the old man in the dream and the vision was God, the young man with the dark beard was Jesus, and then one thing I can tell you was that he, was the younger brother of Jesus, and that it was his mission to bring the story of Christianity to the Chinese people. This launches him upon his life's work, and he abandons the idea of trying to pass the Confucian examinations, and indeed begins to develop an understanding of the world in which the whole Confucian system, the whole imperial order of China, is now seen as something that he has to overcome, something that he must speak out against, something that he must seek to do away with. Okay? And he therefore gets to create a movement with himself as the focal point to establish on earth a heavenly kingdom. Okay? It comes to be called the Taiping Tianhua, which means the heavenly kingdom of great peace. Okay? And this becomes Feng Shou-Chuan's mission. At first, in the late 1830s into the beginning of the 1840s, this takes the form of something that he calls the Society of God Worshippers. And many of the people who were initially involved with the Society of God Worshippers were themselves from the Hakka community, but it grew beyond just being identified with this one particular social group. The Hakka are very important in the beginning of the Taiping because because they give a body of followers with a high degree of social cohesion that Hong Shou Chinese can work with when it gets started. But it is always his ambition to take this beyond just being a Hakka-centered phenomenon and to make it something which is for all the Chinese people. It's clear that right from the start, he has this vision of establishing the heavenly kingdom on earth for all. Well, Hong Shou Chuan continues to have visions. He continues to develop a theological system in which his role as the younger brother of Jesus is the principal feature. As far as we can tell, he never reads the Christian Bible. His understanding of Christianity is almost entirely derived from those few simple missionary tracts which he had acquired. He does later on undertake some more serious study of Christianity, but it certainly was not a scholarly church or anything like that. Instead, his appeal is based apparently on his own personal charisma. His faith in himself, his belief in his mission was apparently quite compelling, and he attracted around himself a core of followers, some of whom were well educated, some of whom were fairly well-to-do people, merchants, and things like that, even some officials. But the vast majority of his followers, of course, were ordinary farmers. They established in rural province, west of Great Britain, a kind of utopian economy based on Hong Shou Chuan's understanding of the principles of primitive Christian communism. They had a very radical egalitarianism. There would be no ranks, no hierarchy, which of course was very thorough break with the Confucian idea of a well-ordered society. Everybody was in a certain hierarchical relationship to for the entire group. It's a very egalitarian vision. They abolished within the commune private property. Everything was to be shared. Everything was to be owned in common. Indeed, as time went on, they took on some very extreme sort of characteristics. There were sexual Puritans. In fact, they segregated men and women so that they lived in separate dormitories. Families were broken up. Marriage was seen as part of the traditional Confucian system, which needed to be rejected. It was a very thorough, a very comprehensive system for organizing society in ways which in many ways inverted the basic principles of Confucian order. This apparently had a tremendous appeal because thousands of people came to take part in this movement. And in the course of the 1840s, it grew and it expanded territory. Got to be greater and greater. And in the course of that, Chuan's ambitions also developed. And he went from simply having a vision of a community that was separate from Chinese society, that was sort of a pure retreat from Chinese society, to taking that movement, taking that community as a base for launching an assault on the existing orders and for trying to overthrow the Qing dynasty and to establish the heavenly right there on Earth in China. In 1850, they reached a point where it was time to act on these ambitions. And Hong Shou Chuan, along with a number of his other leaders, he evolved a system in which he is the heavenly king. And then he had four sort of subordinate assistant kings who represented the different cardinal directions of the kingdom: the east, the north, the south, the west. And they were sort of the governing elite, the central leadership of the as a whole. So under that leadership, in 1850, they launched a military campaign, and they moved from Guangdong province from south of China. They started to head north. They find their way through Central China, through I'm doing good. I've just been chilling out. Okay, I do want to get back to you, but it's taking a few days. That's
Sure, dog. I understand. I'm glad you're here. Dog, you know the cryptocurrency that I represent? It's up from 7 cents to 22 cents.
I get
I know, man. If you would have bought when we talked, you would be up like 2x right now.
No.
Yeah, it has like 150 million market cap right now, if not higher. Maybe like 200 million.
To buy Bitcoins. I go someday. Because I think you said that you were you could do a lot more. I'm not like shit too much, just like cheap ass too. I know what you can provide. Make sure you have cables which can just, actually provide power to them. So like Guinness and things to say. I can just do a power based for a console or something like that. I think that just quite interesting. Those tablets and then you program the tablets to buy Bitcoins, take them on a print system off. How do this say what I do is I'll get those and open them up to the so this deal you can do with I will simply pack the tablets and then I've got them all over the up. All that I do is just put a massive pad on those like it keeps them cool. If they were I put a fan in between. So I like to use a foil box where I can make it so that air goes with them on I can achieve like $1 single. Then obviously I put that every single one of them. Then there's a single plant outside by the case. And actually find some serious money like that one costs cheaper than anything like that. Like put $250 into $700, $250 for analysis, like a charger, cables, like a using. Now, $50 to $60 a day. That's Facebook, such no one will tell you, but actually give us money.
Wow.
And you can have them if you want them to big money, but you don't mind it taking up a profit. So it's not continuous growth, but it's going to be bigger. What you can do is program the machines to mine one Bitcoin, not the Bitcoin is mined by like a ton of machines, your machine markets it, something else, so it's much better. And there's that you have it, so that's some of the money that's right. But the way that I do it, single block mining, where the machines all programmed to mine one set block, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Altogether. That might take like, 8 months for them to mine that, but then after that, very, very private. And that's more like, these are all things, but you don't know.
How are things in your life going?
How are things going?
Yeah.
So, I'm over
There we go.
I'm gonna go back to Texas because that's what primary uses. Like I've got now obviously Utah for there's a reason why I got house.
You know who's going to be governor of Utah someday, I think? You know who I think will be governor of Utah someday? person knows.
It's like number particularly they do not like they would not allow like a gay like that or
Yeah, but give it 15 years. Give it 15 years. Give it some time. Give it 15 years. He's got a lot of time to make music and do cool stuff.
Just go to Moab and instant. You only have to go to Moab if you send your gay. I guarantee. 10 people will go on you instantly. And they will threaten your fucking life. So your family or kids, whatever, they will threaten them very nicely.
Have you?
Period. I'll give you a whole thing if you whatever they will. And trust me when I say they'll give you a
Have you
they
ever?
will.
Have you had to kill anybody? No way. Who'd you kill?
Which
What happened?
is listen. I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I don't take times that I go to places someone's gonna get shot.
What are the crimes that these guys have done? What's a crime that somebody's done?
So the reason, by the way, why I quickly state why I can't say in this situation, I'm going to explain that to you, is because I don't go for low value targets.
Right.
I go for the big targets. Now, I know that means I end up doing something that no one wants to go for their shots, not because it's the money. Money's great, that's the point of why I do it. But at the same time, it's because of people that want to be in a situation where they know that there's a relative high chance that they're going to get killed. I mean, it's not even like the military, because at least in the military, you'll know the ground, so you'll have a little bit of information that can help you navigate that situation, and you've got people which can back you up. With me, when I go to them, I don't know what's happening to us. I don't know what traps it. I don't know who one guy in there. I don't know they could have grenades, they could be stuff like that.
Right.
That's how